everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with session number 2 of a brand new campaign here on the channel. This campaign is titled Thunder Ridge, and this takes place in a homebrew world of mine known as Caldera, which is a fantasy western setting, and I'm really excited. This was the very first game type setting that I ran here on the channel, so being able to kind of get back to this for more than just a scatter shot is really exciting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of progressing the story forward. We are using the 5th edition rules set, even though it is a western. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pass things over to my players. Oh, in just a moment. Before we get started, I want to go ahead and say the same warning that I give at the beginning of all of my games, and that is, if mature subject matter and foul language are things that bother you, then you need to turn your horse around. Keep riding. But if those things do not bother you, then welcome, Pilgrim. What else? Alright, so now I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you what they might have going on, where you might be able to find them on the internet, if that is indeed possible, and then I think we're going to get started. So we're going to start with my brother from another mother, Chad.
Hello, Internet. Hi. Yeah, you guys see my face a lot on this channel. My name is Chad. I am around on the YouTubes on numerous channels, but also I hang out in the AbTab group. If you're not familiar with the AbTab group is a great place, absolute tabletop on Facebook. They are a great place to get to know people in this tabletop space. It's how Jeremy and I met, and how we continue to play to this day. So yeah, definitely hit that up over there. We are in a Kids on Bikes campaign over at Mini Terrain Domain every Thursday, and we hang out over there and goof off. Other than that, I play occasionally over on Roll Call RP on Twitch. That I don't have a set date for, because right now we're on not kind of a hiatus because of holidays, so we're gonna kind of hopefully get back to that in January. Other than that, I'm excited to play in this game. I'm excited to go back into Caldera and this wonderful Western. I play Virgil Tomb Talon, the Aarakocra warlock. He's an interesting cat, and I like him very lot. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, that's me. That's my time. Hi, everybody. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Fantastic.
Like I'm getting played off stage.
There's a big hook that comes across stage, grabs you. Perfect, man. No, I'm always happy to have you here. Really excited. Just finding out that one of the players is probably not going to be able to make it tonight.
Hey, so, just a little plug, because I want to do it.
Yes, please.
Because our buddy Ted is listen, Zoo Mafia is still, I think, on its last 48 hours over on Kickstarter. If you haven't had an opportunity to go over there and back it, be a part of it, please do. The guys over at Nerdarchy have just really put a lot into that. We've played a game in there, and it was great. It was fantastic. It was wonderful. I want to play more of it. To be honest, I want to play more of it. The only way that it gets finished is if it gets backed. So y'all need to get over there and do that. I'm excited to see what happens, but I felt like they need some plugs. So let's do that.
Oh, no, there he is. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, man. We ran a game here, one shot of Zoo Mafia. It was hilarious. It was an absolute riot. It actually led to that group of players deciding to play another game later on because we had so much fun playing that together. So yeah, absolutely go check them out. Nerdarchy on Kickstarter. Not exactly what the site would be, but if you just go to Zoomafia in Google, I'm sure you'll find it on the Kickstarter. So yeah, go give them some love. Ted's a great guy. I don't know Dave as well, but both of them have appeared here on the channel for Help Action episodes. They're both really awesome to talk to, and Ted's been a lot of fun to get to know over the years that I've gotten the chance to play with him. So yeah, definitely go throw them some support and some love. All right, speaking of support and love, next up is Nathan.
I missed you guys. It's been a while since we played, and I have been hankering for some Caldera, man. I'm excited to get back into it. I'm Nathan, also known as Dimension 119. That's where you can find me on all the socials and different sites. I am a variety streamer on Twitch. We do just a little bit of everything, from Adventures in Middle Earth every other Wednesday nights to D&D stuff here and there. We played through Baldur's Gate on the stream. We do a lot of co-streams. I play survival games with a survival podcast group on Thursday nights. And we have recently got into a little party game called Lethal Company. No matter how much I play the game, I don't get burnt out because every session that we play is different. It's the same like concept of everything, but like all of our deaths are different. All the laughs are different. Everyone that game will bring out the weirdest noises in your friends. Terror noises specifically, but it's fantastic. So we've been playing that a lot, and I find myself wanting to play it constantly. So yeah, you'll see that a lot on the channel right now. As for me, myself, currently, when work's not getting in the way of stream, I'm playing through Alan Wake 2, which is just chef's kiss of a game. If Baldur's Gate 3 hadn't come out this year, I would have definitely vied for Alan Wake 2 winning Game of the Year this year. But it is a sequel to an already good game, and for a change, that sequel is way above and beyond better. And I have no idea how much I have left of the game, but I hope it's a whole lot because I'm not ready for it to be over anytime soon.
Hell yeah, man. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I've been enjoying way more Baldur's Gate than I should admit, but never played the first Alan Wake game. I heard a lot about it whenever it came out, but it kind of either fell off my radar or it might have been like exclusive to a system that I didn't have. I don't remember, but for whatever excuse I have, I never played it.
It's a great game. It's a really interesting like concept. I had no idea what it was about or anything when I played through it the first time. It was back on the 360. My buddy handed me a disc copy of it and was like, play this game, and I was like, all right. I don't know what it is, but I'll give it a shot. I loved it, and I had to play through it again before Alan Wake 2 came out. And like I said, Alan Wake 2 is so far above what that one was. It's so much better.
It's awesome. It's always good whenever there's a good follow-up to a game. It's always exciting. All right, speaking of always exciting, next up is Todd.
Hello, I'm Todd. I am playing Elias Strock, and I'm an Alkin. Yes, that's right. Trying to remember. It's been a while, but excited to be here. Not on the socials for anybody else, but that's it.
All right, absolutely. Yeah, it has been a minute. Unfortunately, we weren't able to play last month, which was my fault. I was not feeling well, so I ended up having to call the game. But yeah, I'm really excited to get back to it, especially because it has been so long. So I'm ready to do this. All right, next up we have Glenn.
Hey, yep, I'm Glenn. I'm also not really on most of the social stuff. You probably will only see me on a few of Jeremy's other things. Hopefully a few. Right now, just one. and this campaign. I am Saul Toomey, Fennec Fox Evoker Wizard, playing using the Kobold. Because I don't call them races anymore. I keep forgetting what they've changed it to. We'll use races.
Species, but yeah.
Species, thank you. Yeah, of a species now. Super excited to keep playing with this one. Go check out that Zoo Mafia thing I just did. It looked cool enough to back. So yeah, get out there and do it, folks. And also look for Jeremy. If obviously you found him already, but find him the game if you haven't already. And with that, I'll let everybody get into it.
Oh yeah, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, anybody who is interested in trying to find me to run a game, you should be able to find the link for all of that kind of stuff in the description of this video. Startplaying.com is probably the way to go. You can also find me on various different social media places. Anybody who does mention a social media presence, you should be able to find links to their stuff in the description as well. If it's not there, and it should be, they've mentioned it, then please just drop a comment or something and let me know that it's missing, and I'll do that. I'll fix it. Fix it. All right. Speaking of fixing it, last but certainly not least, we have Chad. Other Chad
in these parts. Hello, folks. It's been a little while. You've been missed. I am playing Lazarus, Lucky Laz, and he is technically a bunny folk, a Harian, or whatever you want to call them. What's left of him, anyways. He's been tortured in a lot of ways, and his hair's pretty much all gone. So he might refer to smoothskins as people who don't have fur or feathers, even though he himself is now also a smoothskin. One of his ears is missing, one of his eyes, probably like some teeth, his hands, his feet, pretty much all gone. But in a world full of magic, anything's possible, right? So he uses his arcane abilities to be able to be handy capable, and the armor he wears substitutes for his amputations. He is an artificer who is an armorsmith, so or armorer, or whatever they call them now. And I probably already delayed everyone enough, so I just, all the other things I can proclaim anything to is AtCon or add tab. If you haven't been there somehow, come and find us out. Yeah, twinsies. And we hopefully there'll be another AdCon in the future. If not, at least they'll check out Absolute Tabletop in all of its forms and any platform that you choose. It's a great community to meet like-minded people, like all these beautiful souls right next to me, as well as other people who design and just bounce ideas off of, or I don't know, maybe jump in your own games or run your own. So that's all. Without further ado.
All right, hell yeah. A good friend of the channel, LA Macronomicon, pointed out in the chat, the typical term seems to kind of be heritage, I believe. Seems to kind of be the prevailing term, which is good. That's a good fit.
I will work to improve myself.
No, we're all changing. The whole gaming community is changing. Speaking of which, fucking shame on you, Hasbro. That's all I'm gonna say. It's fucking shame on you. But with that out of the way, I think if everybody is ready, we can get to playing some game. Caldera. All right. When you live life in a small town, you view the world from a very narrow window. And it's only a matter of time before you hear every last scrap of gossip there is about the people who share that little view with you. So it's only natural that when a new scandal falls upon such a place, it's about as easy to contain as a greased hog that knows it's bound for the slaughterhouse. You can bet good money that any secret worth knowing has likely made the rounds before it's seen its second sunset. When you live in such an insulated place, the only way to keep a secret safe is to see that it makes its way into the pine box right beside your body when they lay you to rest 6 feet underground. the 5 of you, we rejoin in the highlands, one of the areas of the Caldera that is mountainous, heading into the midwinter. The snows have already begun. You know that before too long, you'll have a major snowstorm, and the passes will be blocked, and you'll be shut off from most of the rest of the world. The train doesn't come this far, so there's no purpose in the Integrated Realms' mind, at least, for clearing roads or trying to make sure that anyone can travel to or from Thunderridge. So you know that once that happens, more than likely, you'll be isolated. At least for several months. But that time has not happened yet. And it appears that before that comes, there's going to be some interesting events that happen in this area. Chiefly, for the moment at least, is that there has been a stagecoach robbery that was conducted on Coalbox Ridge. No, Coalbox.
I believe it was Coalbox Ridge, if I remember.
Coalbox Ridge, maybe. Coalbox Canyon Pass.
Oh.
That's what it is.
There you go.
Is a narrow ridge that passes over Coalbox Canyon, which is a box canyon. And there was apparently a carriage that found its way down into the bottom of Coalbox Canyon. Not the first, mind you. But not everybody survived that crash, sadly. And there is definitely... news of this is definitely going to spread quickly. But before that happens, the 5 of you are still on Coalbox Canyon Pass, where this carriage has just gone over the side. You managed to secure a lockbox from inside. I believe Elias was the one who grabbed that. And all of the rest of the individuals that weren't a part of your gang are either dead or have fled the scene. So what do we find whenever we rejoin the 5 of you in this moment? What's going on? What is the conversation currently like?
I think
Sure am.
Virgil is Soul on did Soul still on horseback, right?
Yeah, it's still on horseback. Should be.
Still on horseback. Okay. I imagine that Virgil is still on horseback. There's just the end of it. And I think as Elias has got the lock box, you see that Virgil wheels around on you, Soul. Now explain to me, son. I really need to understand this. How in the world do you think it is? The son of a bitch mage got away. All right, he got away.
Yes. I think that's probably the most fortunate for all of us.
Do you really? Do you really think that that is the most fortunate thing?
Well, not to speak out of turn, presume to know your business, but quick moment of perception will show that the man is not within eye shot or earshot of where we are right now, meaning, to put it bluntly, he maintains capabilities far in excess of that of us or myself.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, having the goods we needed, a broad, very audacious attack on a company vehicle and
Mm-hmm.
an individual to report said attack feels to me like it's a win-win-win-win situation.
Huh? And exactly what do you think, son, is going to happen when this mage you so graciously let go, let walk away as he
Well, that's a bit unfair to say let walk away. I do believe you had a clean shot. I believe I had just completed, I don't know, ripping the entire thing asunder to get us access and place the carriage at the bottom of the ravine. But nonetheless, what's going to happen when he gets back? He's going to report his misgivings, his mistakes, his loss. He's going to get yelled at. They're going to put a publicity notice out stating, hey, we was robbed by probably the same people in the same gang who went after him before. We're just going to put the heat on your ex-friends. Going to let us have a little bit of downtime before they decide to show up and come back for whatever's in that claim, and let us go get the choice pickings or determine what we want to have happen with this fine establishment and city we're in.
you see that he like stalks around you, kind of like letting the horse like trot for him a little bit. And he leans his head forward and like sticks that vulture neck out and looks you over. I understand you're a fox, son. You got a very cunning tongue between those cheeks. But you understand right now, if this ends up coming back on us and you put the people that I care about in danger, understand, right now you and I have a mutual agreement. You are my friend for now. If something happens, maybe we don't see eye to eye, little fox.
Now, Virgil, I look forward to the times when our friendship runs deep enough to handle such minor little inconveniences as the potential injury and death of a railroad lackey. But nonetheless, we'll get there. We'll get there. For now, rest assured that there's a good chance it will come back to us as the local sheriff. We have to feel how we're going to deal with that situation. But we have to also determine whether or not we want to take what's in that claim and leave. We want to stake claim to this town and region. Right? What is the intent, Virgil? I myself have very, well, I won't say few ambitions, but let's just say my direction will go as needed. I can tend to find a interesting bit of work wherever I go. I would love to get my hands on what's in that claim and make sure that, well, certain other people don't. But I do not have pressing personal business. And it does seem as though your counterparts are only a day or so away. If you'd like to go handle that situation, we should go back, get a little rest, and ride back out. I'll leave it to you. But for now, it's cold. I'm small. And I would love to warm up with that fine desert flower. So why don't we pick over these skeletal remains and get the fuck out of here?
His beady little eyes like glare at you a little bit. But he bristles it off and then like trots back toward Elias. All I'm saying is that this box better be damn well worth it for us to be putting our necks out like this.
As Virgil kind of pulls his neck back and starts to trot his horse back over to Elias, you see Dusty slip this bone-handled knife like slowly back into the sheath at his side. He's been sitting on this like some piece of the carriage that's left over, that's still sitting on the side of the the cliff here, not dangling off dangerously, but kind of like ankles crossed, looking nonchalant, but one hand with this knife ready as he's seeing Virgil kind of almost go hostile towards his friend. And as it settles, he slips that knife back in to a sheath, and he hops down from his perch on the wagon, and you hear a crunch of snow, and he walks over to the body that's laying in front of him with one of his daggers in his back, and just with a squelch pulls it back out, takes out a very well worn threadbare towel or rag, and begins to clean the knives that he used before making sure everything's back in place. And then he will approach his horse and mount back up and steer it over near Soul, and just kind of observe what else is happening.
Elias, Lucky, are the two of you doing anything in this moment?
I'm just
Go ahead.
watching everybody have their conversation, and I sidle over to Virgil and say, I think the idea of blaming it on the former gang might work in our favor.
Is there perhaps a way that you might be able to ensure that we could nail it on to your old, what were they, the menagerie gang?
He thinks for a minute. Jeremy, I imagine that, like every gangs have calling cards. They have symbolism, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Would like, I mean, obviously Virgil would know, I think, what the menagerie would have done during a robbery or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think
You tell me.
I'm trying to think of like what it would be. Yeah, I think for him,
Wouldn't there probably be some kind of blaze that the menagerie would have potentially placed whenever they did a job to try and scare people, or to let them know that this is who it was?
yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of a good idea. Yeah. And then I think he would probably set a brand in the wall, right? Like a full-on brand in the wall on the side of the cliff side. If trying to think of what I can do here. Yeah, if you'll allow it, Jeremy, I think what I'd like to do is cast just use Thorn Whip against the wall, and then like almost like a Zorro-esque type deal, just crack the whip across the stone and create like the symbol that the menagerie would use.
Okay. Yeah. I think there's also like it definitely looks like this menagerie symbol, but like also to us, the particular angle that we see this mark or whatever, as the glow kind of like fades into just like rock carving, it kind of looks a little bit like a tree.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so. 100%. And Virgil will pull the whip back into his hand and he'll all right, that should do it, I think. Hopefully that'll start bringing them out. You all right, Elias?
Yep, I'm good.
All right. Well,
Well, now, Virgil, back to town or back to the we camping tonight?
I think we need to get this lockbox dealt with, either stashed somewhere for us or cracked and contents distributed. Can't necessarily be showing up back in town with a full box.
Prefer not to do it at the side of the crime scene.
Agreed.
So let's move back toward town, and then we'll break it open before we go in. I want to see what all the fuss is about.
As far as I recall, we have our own hideout that's not in town, right?
Yeah, as far as
You do, yes.
Yeah, it's up by the claim, right?
Yeah, it's pretty close to where this claim is being talked about.
Yep.
Shouldn't we just go on home, man?
No, I mean, we do have to make an appearance at some point. Something happening and then say 5 strangers not showing back up in the morning might draw some iron suspicion.
Well, let's go to the hideout. We'll break this thing open and then we'll head back. Hopefully your Primrose will have been able to hold them over for the night. Kept us alive.
One hopes.
All right. Mount up, boys. Let's go.
All right. Headed to the hideout then?
Yep. I will say for expedition, I imagine we will have ransacked whatever is left over thoroughly to the point of, we will have ransacked the inside of the carriage as much as possible.
So the inside of the carriage is
on the base of the mountain, right?
Yeah. And yeah, it's a box canyon. It's pretty far down there, and at least the local legend is that it is home to a creature known as the dragon of Colbox Canyon.
Okay.
Right. So do we really want to head down there and?
Nope. Never mind.
I'd say the dragon probably will do a significant amount of ransacking for us.
Thank you in advance. Signed, the dragon.
Yep.
Anything that was our tribute. You're welcome, dragon. Please, can we go through your canyon now?
Yeah, so I think there was a shotgun that you ended up getting, the lockbox, obviously. You have like the front half of like the yoke and 2 dead horses, I believe.
Are we down a horse also?
No, I don't think
so.
I don't think our horses died. I think the horses that were on the carriage are goners.
Yeah, those didn't go too well.
Yeah, the Dorathian brave that was attacking the carriage whenever you came upon it took a horse, but it wasn't one of y'all's. He just took one of the horses from the carriage, the stagecoach, and drove off. Okay. So you're headed to your hideout. So your hideout is affectionately called the Old Castilian Mission. And there's a good reason for that. It's literally an old Castilian mission. The Castilians at one point had pushed far out here into the Caldera, trying their best to convert the people who lived here before to the new religion, the religion of Luz, the goddess of light. And they were all more or less kind of called back home. Their colonization kind of cut short because of the civil war that took place back home, back east, with the Unglarians. The Unglarians won, and most of the missions and the Castilian presence here in the Caldera kind of fizzled out. So now there's a lot of these missions that are kind of peppered throughout the Caldera, more or less abandoned. You managed to find one that is kind of off the beaten path. It's not a place that very many people know about. And though most of the structure is fairly dilapidated, there's significant portions of it that are underground, that still have a roof, and there is plenty of space to stay out of sight here. But what I would like is for each one of you, please, to describe one of the features here in your hideout, either something that existed as a part of the original structure or something that your posse has kind of added since kind of taking it over as your hideout.
There's still a statue to, what did you say her name was?
Luz. L-U-Z.
Which is the goddess of light, you said?
Yes, yeah, it's a monotheistic religion that follows a goddess of light.
There's still a statue in resemblance of her in like whatever passed as like the courtyard or the sanctuary or whatever's left of either of those. There's still a large statue of her, and Lazar knows it because he still pays respect to it, whatever they're I know, like kind of close to some Catholicism, so some kind of like Father, Son, Holy Ghost when he crosses it or whatnot. Even though he might not pray to it or anything like that, he does that at least out of respect, and that's something that's not covered or broken. It's still standing.
Is there any, if there's any sort of like like old bell tower or any type of that kind of thing? I think Saul would have probably claimed that, like turned it into a bit of a nest area of sorts. Of course, assuming Elias would be up there as needed, the sharp eye and a long gun, if it would. But sort of one corner is just piled up of furs and blankets and everything else, which looks that way even when I'm there. It's just more me burrowed into it, both for warmth and security kind of thing. So I think that that's the thing that Saul has sort of pushed to as far away and as high and good visibility as he can to just sort of hide when we're there. Not much of a camper or roughing it kind of guy.
Yeah, for me, it'd be probably a small old beer or whiskey barrel carried up to the tower to be perched on. Both to drink whatever was left in it, but also to, have that watch and keep an eye out and shoot anybody that we decide needs to be shot if they come too close.
I imagine that somewhere in this building there is there's a balcony that overlooks where the bell rings of the church steeple. right? Like where the church steeple is, there's probably an old bell, a belfry. Virgil would definitely reside in the belfry, and you can kind of see his nesting, for lack of a better term, his nesting up there. But also you see that from the edge of the balcony, he is taken to creating kind of like a pirates-esque sort of calling card, or a way to scare off anyone who would have who would dare come to this site to come religiously pray or whatever. He doesn't want anyone to think that this is a usable site anymore. He wants people to think that this is a tainted space. So he has set about nooses along the front of this balcony, and has, even though he has respect for the dead, he has taken bodies out of this space and hung the skeletons back up in the nooses to just give that ominous feel of do not mess with us. This is not a space of safety. This is a space of horror. And then inside his space that he has, you can see that like it's a juxtaposition to that, because there's a lot of comfort in his own nesting area. He's got certain things from that he's kind of magpied throughout the Caldera, bits and baubles over his course with the menagerie that he's kept, that kind of keep him safe and sound. But he will every night before he goes to bed, he rings the bell just once, and then he'll go to sleep.
It's really hard to fucking sleep when you do that. We go right in my fucking ear every night.
Sorry, it's just a thing I gotta do.
I get it. I get it.
Yep.
I got it. Yep. Heads up to be awesome.
Okay.
Dusty, you're up, I think, right?
Yes, sir. How big is this place, Jeremy? I guess I did some research in the last like 30 seconds of Spanish missions. Some of which are like just like a one building, kind of like an old church. It's just one big sanctuary type style. And some of them are like these large square buildings, but in the middle, like the outsides are kind of hallways. In the middle is just this courtyard.
So it's like either you have a sanctuary or you have a pavilion,
Yeah,
Right.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, a lot of them were like compounds where, multiple people lived, and, a lot of them were also functioned as forts, especially later. But yeah, here this is more of was like a freestanding cathedral, like a church, a singular building. Now, there's still a lot of other like partial ruined walls and like a fence and things like that are on the grounds here. Particularly the closer that you start getting towards where that claim supposedly is, there's a lot more older ruins, like ancient Dorathian ruins. But it's like walls and partial staircases, and it's in pretty bad shape.
Gotcha. So what I'm going to say is that out front of this this cathedral somewhere, there is an old fountain, long dried up, but there's just a menagerie of cacti growing up in this fountain. It's kind of a raised fountain, but there's like a wall around it where the basin was. And Dusty spends his nights there. He's got a guitar or two down there in this kind of basin. While he doesn't use guns out on the road, he's got a few rifles stashed somewhere in this basin, just in case things go south while we're at the hideout. He doesn't spend most of his time in this old fountain. He spends the time with the crew and discusses plans, but when night comes, that's his spot. He goes out there, and as Virgil's bell tolls the night, you hear a few tunes kind of drifting in the wind of some coyote somewhere playing a guitar.
Did we get everybody? Laz, did you do one? Is that everybody? Maybe? Okay, awesome. Okay. There's also one thing in this hideout that I would also like described. If somebody would volunteer, then I'll give you the premise or the prompt.
Very well, sir. I will take the lead if you'd like.
Chadley, there is also somewhere within the confines of your hideout a barrier of some sort, something you have not figured out a way to get around or to get through. No idea what's on the other side, really.
Okay.
It's just something that you can't get past. What is that?
I will preface this, and I'll ask you another question so that I can get a little bit more information. When you say barrier, are we talking physical or magical?
That is up to you.
Okay.
Just impassable up to now, at least.
Okay. I have a good idea now. Okay. So it almost feels like a burrow. Okay, it almost feels like a burrow because it is a staircase that leads down underneath the cathedral. And underneath the cathedral, it's like, how do I describe it? It's like the tunnels in Paris that have all the skulls lining all the walls.
Catacombs.
The catacombs, right? Thank you. So it's like a catacombs as soon as you get down there. It's about the same size as this cathedral. But when you get down inside there is not a sarcophagus, but it looks to be like a safe. Almost like a bank safe. But it has there's no dial, there's no handles. It's just a solid flat box. On each ridge of this box, it seems to be some form of religious iconography alluding to lucite, right? But with that, as you walk down into this space, you see that safe is lined by a circlet of runes, also in lucite, that have created this somewhat magical like a magical barrier around it. And despite myself and Soul and other magically intuned people, there's just something about it that we can't crack it. You can't do just magic to it. There's something there and there's something in that safe, and it's bothering Virgil that there is something that he can't crack, that he can't open. And why of all things does this building have that in it? It's just something that lingers on his mind.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Take a point of inspiration, please.
Okay, cool.
So now that we know a little bit about what this hideout looks like, what kind of things are there, that's the place that we see coming into view as the five of you now ride back up to this place of respite. Who is carrying this lockbox? This lockbox is very, very heavy.
My armor on. I'm pretty strong.
All right. Okay. And do you ride a horse, Laz?
If there is one available, I don't necessarily have to if there isn't though.
Did you buy one?
How did we figure that
I
out?
believe we all rode into town with horses, if I remember right.
Okay. Perfect.
In the first session.
Then it sounds like, yes, indeed, you have a horse. Okay. So you are riding in, maybe with this this strong box kind of across the backside of your horse, maybe even lashed to the back of your saddle. Maybe one hand kind of back behind you, holding it in place, making sure that it doesn't go anywhere.
A mage hand.
What's that? Oh, a mage hand? Perfect. Hell yeah. So you ride back up to your hideout. You kind of give a moment, give a little look around. Everything seems to be the way that you left it. You don't see anything else. You don't hear anything else amiss. So what happens after you get back home? What is the next scene where we find the five of you?
I think Lucky's, or not Lucky shit, looking at Lucky's name, Saul's probably working with somebody to secure the horses, and then will ritual cast alarm on the horses, assuming that if someone comes up, they would try to either cut our horses or take it off. So I'll use that as the signal for us while we're here. And obviously I'll designate all of us and the horses as not setting it off. And then I think that's probably kind of normal for us after the last few months of riding together, is what we sort of do, and then roll back in.
Lug the box into an area that would be passing as like probably my workbench, so we can look it over and see how to crack it open.
Awesome. So we'll say that maybe you found like a small one of the rooms that the brothers would have lived in, or something like that, where you've brought some rickety table or something into, maybe even had to kind of reconstruct a table out of the broken pieces of pews and beds and whatnot that was in here. But you've kind of got yourself a little place where you can shut the door and kind of be on your own if you need to, and you kind of take this box and throw it up on top of this rickety table. It kind of groans under the weight of this box. You can see that on the front of this box there is a sizable padlock. Definitely not your run-of-the-mill kind of device.
Dusty, I'm assuming that you would have wanted to get into this thing too and maybe followed along. If not, I would seek you out, because I think you're the resident lockpick, if I recall correctly.
Dusty has some slight skill in that area. He probably plays at having a lot more than he really does. But you know, he definitely wants to know what's in the box. I think he would probably help Soul put the horses away, and then come find you. And just if not to try to pick the lock, at least see if you've made any progress, and then potentially help.
I think Saul would probably do a quick detect magic on it just to make sure it's not trapped on it like that, like magically trapped. So, and I'm selfish, so it'd be a ritual, and then I would leave. I'll come in and do a quick detect magic. 11 minutes. I still call it quick, and you guys have to live with that. It's just gonna take a second.
I might be
11
able
minutes
to
of me standing there. Just a
an
minute.
Arcana check on it before you do that. While you're doing your, because you're already doing a ritual for the alarm.
Oh yeah, I was doing the ritual for the alarm with the horses. So yeah, you got time before we show up.
So then you might not even have to use anything.
Cool. Oh yeah, I forget we have so much magic in this group. I love it.
Magic items.
Dusty's just like, I got knives.
Soon you'll have magic knives, Dusty. That's the goal.
I think you have one, right?
I do, in fact, have one now.
You guys, yeah, make sure you keep track of all the enhancements I gave you. I wrote them down, but on the phone today, I'm not going to be able to go back and forth. Does that Arcana check sound?
Yeah, what is it that you're doing? Is there a class ability or feature that you're doing?
No, I'm just a
oh, you're just studying it?
An artificer. Yeah, I just want to see if
okay.
It seems to not necessarily have magic cast on it, but like if it looks more than just mundane.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Of course, I'm stuck in my tower. Altogether, that's 19.
Okay. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily give you any indication, as you said, whether or not the box itself is magical, that there's any magic, cast upon it. But this is a very well-made lockbox, and it certainly looks Unglarian. Like, it looks like it was made back east. So if a box could look like it likely has magic, this one fits the bill. If you were a betting rabbit, then you'd probably put money on the fact that it could hold magic.
He used to be when he was lucky. Yeah, and then when Soul just does show up, I would tell him that it might be beyond normal means of unlocking it.
Right, then yeah, I think I'd do a detect magic on it ritual to see if we can figure out what it is.
What does Soul's ritual for detect magic look like? Is there pomp and circumstance to it?
No, I think being railroad trained and whatnot, it's more about it's almost more of a calm and professional demeanor you're taught to maintain versus like the wild or whatever else. So it's probably more just a lot of hand motion, like small hand motions over it, but like focused, like staring at it. But with some of the stuff that's happened though with Saul, like all the fur that I have will just start standing on it. Almost like static electricity is building every time I cast they come up, which is kind of probably adorable to be this cute little fluff ball that pops up, but it's also not good for him in that regard. But yeah, so that stares up and it's 11 minutes. So even I get bored sometimes in it, probably talking, to the side, try to carry on a conversation, but casting at the same time.
Perfect. You finish your ritual, and as you pass your hand over this lockbox for the final time, it absolutely reads as having magic placed upon it.
Okay. Does detect magic give you anything else? I forget. Let me see.
I don't know.
I can sense a presence, faint aura. Yep. All right, that's it. Yeah. Oh, and you learn at School of Magic, if any, which I'm sure is going to be probably like an enchantment since it's on a thing.
I think that it's probably going to be evocation. Let me see. Yep. Evocation school.
So I'm an evoker. Any chance I can figure out what it is?
Yeah, you can roll Arcana.
Let's see what we get. 22.
Okay, yeah. You spent 11 minutes with this box, studying it while you're kind of casting over it. As distracted you may or may not have been. And realizing that it was evocation magic, that being your specialty, you kind of honed in on some of the intricacies. You are fairly certain that whatever magic is on this, whatever spell has been put on this, it's electrical in nature, some kind of lightning based, probably protective, damaging sort of magic would be your guess.
Ah. Well, this is fine craftsmanship. This is a lovely box. Unfortunately, I don't know that. Well, I do know that I cannot open it without potential bodily harm, and don't really want to sustain any of that. I will leave it open to anyone else who would love to attempt it, but do be warned that the experience will most likely be enlightening and unpleasant.
Lightning.
Enlightening, but yes, probably also some of that.
So, in your bountiful knowledge, can you unenlighten it?
Alas, that is something I have not yet studied that deeply. I could unenlighten it, by prying it open, but as I said, I'm trying not to. Ow. I don't want to, that would hurt a lot. I'd like not to do that. So unless anyone happens to know how to dispel this, I could study it for a while and see, similar to the other insidious unopenable box we have in the corner.
Look, now we can't have two unopenable boxes in the same place. So unless Virgil
Now,
or
I'm just saying it probably won't kill whoever opens it. Like, probably. It might. Can I do an
Well-
insight check to see if it will or not? Actually, I've already said it, so it doesn't matter. But I just would like to know how much I'm lying to myself.
You're not entirely certain that that's the case, but it
Yeah,
might be.
I imagine it would fall a frail creature such as myself, but one of you more hardy gentlemen, I'm sure would just brush this right off.
well, maybe we should check with Virgil or Elias before we start in on anything.
Oh,
If-
certainly. Allow me to step out, and I will go get my healer's kit, anticipating hopefully how this goes.
All right. All right. Hold on now.
I'm checking what kind of.
As you leave to go get them, I'll try to open it with Mage Hand.
Smart.
Okay. Where are you when you do this?
I think I'm the only one there. I'm like, he says, let's go get Virgil. And then he said he's going to go get like his healer's kit.
Okay.
So I would say like right behind you. And
Dusty would be there with you, but if he sees you going to mess with it at all, he'd probably step around the corner. Kind of just like watching what's happening, but he'd definitely be on the other side of some type of cover.
yeah,
Okay.
I figured I waited till you even left. Like, yeah, you went to go get Virgil, so hopefully you don't even see me do this.
Perfect. So your mage hand messes with this lock, trying to, jiggle it open, pull it, something to that effect. And as you do that, you watch as these arcs of blue energy start to kind of dance across the metallic surfaces of this lockbox, and then it arcs really far and hits your metal body, drawn to it at almost like lightning to a lightning rod.
I have a thunder gauntlet.
You take 4 points of lightning damage. You notice, and Dusty, if you're looking around the corner, this electric arc that has like jumped from this box to Lucky, it didn't jump and then finish. It is attached to him. What are you doing, Lucky?
So the lightning struck me and stayed attached to me.
Very similar to what some people might recognize as a witch bolt.
Did it leave the did it seem like the light that can I tell if I can do a check or something like that? If it seemed like that was the magic expended from it all, and is my mage hand still there?
It seems, for the moment at least, to be tethered between you and the box. So it's hard to tell whether it's expended or not, but apparently it's not finished with you yet.
Right.
Your mage hand, is that concentration?
It's hard for me to double check right now.
Can't remember if it is.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's just assume so. And
okay.
I will just say that it dissipated.
Well, you can roll if you want. You can roll a con save.
No, let's have it dissipate. That's fine.
Okay. All right.
And then, since I took damage.
Mm-hmm.
And
it is not concentration. It is 1 minute.
Cool. So it can stay if you want. It can go if you want. Either way. Thank you for dropping that, and thank you.
Yeah, I would still see if I would be trying to get this lightning. As far as I could tell, it was like lightning. I would be trying to get it to my into my gauntlet, because I have the thunder gauntlet that I have as part of my armor. So I'd be trying to get it into that, and then have the mage hand be trying to still see if it opened it or not.
The mage hand is
no.
It's definitely like key, like padlock type situation.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
my mage hand's not just going to necessarily be able to open it.
No. And you can certainly tell that by the way that you're able to like study it and look at its face now. It actually has like a keyhole to it.
Okay.
So what does your lightning gauntlet do, or your thunder gauntlet do?
I can use my intelligence instead of like strength or dex to attack, and then I get to add thunder damage to the attack.
Interesting. Okay. So, what is your artificer's spellcasting ability?
Like what class does it use to cast?
Intelligence? Yeah, what attribute? Intellect?
Yeah.
Intelligence. Okay. Make an intelligence saving throw for me.
7.
Okay. No dice. So yeah, you try to force it into this gauntlet. Unfortunately, because it is lightning and not thunder, it doesn't really seem to be. You're not able to force it to work that way. And there's another like zap across this arc that you are still connected to. and you're going to take another 9 points of lightning damage.
Ouch.
It's starting to smell a little bit like cooked rabbit in here.
At this point, seeing this bolt of lightning come out and hit Lucky, Dusty's first response was to pull one of his blades and like just launch a knife at this lock. But as he sees this stay like manifested, he's thinking that's probably not going to work. So his plan B is to, before this, he doesn't see the second strike hit. His plan B was to head outside to the fountain and grab one of those rifles that he has set up at the fountain and begin to bring it back and see if he can't shoot this lock.
Okay. Dusty's doing that. Lucky, you are currently, at least right now, tethered to this box. The other three of you, wherever you are in this compound, you get that sensation. Not all of you have hair, but you get that sensation that you get where, like for us, our hair stands up on the back of your neck, you know, like an electrical charge. Not that any of you know what electricity is at this moment, but and you hear this kind of bzzz, kind of noise from somewhere else in the compound. And Lucky, what are you going to try to do now? Because again, this tether is still attaching to you.
Oh, I was gonna try to hit the chest as hard as I could with that thunder gauntlet.
Okay. Let's get an attack roll.
I'm not sure if
from
it
you.
does lightning or thunder damage.
Oh, well, you might want to check.
It might be like, tonight I have no other way of.
Oh, fair. Okay.
It might screw up my.
This is
camera.
yeah. This is an artificer.
Artificer armor.
Item?
Yeah, specifically the armor.
Armor. Thunder gauntlet.
Yeah.
Thunder gauntlets. 1 fist enters. 2 fist enters. 1 fist leaves.
Simple melee weapon. You aren't holding
Thunder
anything.
damage.
Deals 1d8 thunder. Yep.
Okay. Cool. Thank you all very much for looking that up.
No worries.
Lightning
Power of
fast.
the internet.
Okay. So, you're gonna close the distance and bring your fist down on this lock. So, go ahead and roll up your attack. You probably aren't gonna miss. Not hard to hit.
I need to figure. 24.
Oh yeah. No problem. Okay, so roll up your thunder damage. Thunder.
6.
6?
Yeah.
6 thunder damage. Okay. You strike this lock, and you put a pretty sizable dent in the front of the lockbox, where this lock is kind of like pressed up against between, where the lock's kind of caught between the front of the box and your fist. And you bent the metal, I don't know what that's called, the yoke, the curve of the lockbox, or of the padlock itself. And you definitely have done a number on the face of this lock. However, this lock seems to be made out of pretty stern stuff. Your guess is they probably planned for contingencies like this. However, that tendril is still attached to you. And before Dusty's going to get back, there's definitely going to be another arc that jumps across to you. And you're going to take 15 points of lightning damage.
That's 1 or 2 over. More than you needed.
You down?
Unconscious.
Okay.
And I believe my armor would kind of like fall to the ground because it's like not quite like dawned or doffed. I guess like parts of it would, because it's like I was keeping it together since I'm unconscious.
Oh, wow.
Parts of
Okay.
it are gonna come
Yeah.
apart.
Kind of clatter to the floor.
Yeah, without my hands, like the glove parts would come off, but I probably have like one of my legs, not the other one, kind of stuff.
So that's the scene that you see, Dusty, as you grab the rifle, and I mean, you don't even like stop long enough to really like come to a standstill. You've grabbed this rifle, spun, and you're headed back. And by the time that you get back to Lucky's workshop, you come into the door and you see this tendril is still attached to Lucky, but Lucky is laid out on the floor, unconscious, where like a big burn mark where this arc of electricity is connected to him, and several of the pieces of his armor or body, not entirely sure which, are now loose on the floor.
Dusty is going to do two things here then. As he comes charging back in, taking note of this tendril of lightning or whatever it is, and Lucky on the ground, he's going to jack a shell into this lever action rifle, and he's going to attempt to position himself in the midst of whatever is attached to Lucky, and just to see, he doesn't use magic, so he doesn't know exactly how everything works. So he's just gonna attempt to step into the path of whatever's attached to Lucky, just kind of maybe standing over Lucky's body, and like simultaneously taking aim and firing at this lock.
All right. So you come in, kind of stand over Lucky, putting yourself in the path of this arc, and you level your rifle at this lock and you fire. So go ahead and roll your attack roll.
I'm assuming that's probably disadvantage, this close range.
I think it only counts if you're like melee range. So
okay.
But sure, if you wanna. Disadvantage is fine with me. Go for it, Nathan.
I think I'll take it in this situation just because of everything that's going on.
Makes sense.
All right. I am proficient. So that's going to be that. Is it Dex to add as your other modifier for those?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's going to be a 14 total.
Yeah, that's absolutely enough to hit this padlock. So roll your damage.
Where did that go? There it is. 2d8 for rifles.
Mm-hmm. This is a mundane rifle, yeah.
9, and then I add my dex as well to the damage, so 12 damage total.
Okay, and this is a mundane rifle?
I'm assuming so. I think
it's pretty
I
great.
imagine it's something that's here at the that we found at the mission somewhere, and Dusty's restored it enough to actually make it functional.
Nice. So it's like this kind of like old school rifle that he's kind of rebuilt.
Full on musket.
Yeah, muzzle loader. Yeah.
I don't know if I go that old school, but
Old Spanish guns.
it's like a step up from that.
It's a
I
flintlock.
set the spike. Lucky, 1 second. And now I...
He's got the wads in his mouth. He's putting the ball and ramrod. All right. You fire at this, and there's this ricochet noise as the bullet glances off of the steel and embeds itself in the kind of adobe brick wall somewhere. You dealt damage to this, but it has resistance to non-magical piercing damage, so it only took 6, and it is still held together. So as that's going on, the other 3 of you, you've heard this commotion now for long enough to now have some kind of reaction to it. What are the 3 of you doing?
I don't think I got that far, did I? Like, how far would Saul have gotten?
Probably not, actually. He said basically the moment that you walked out the door.
So yeah, I think probably at hearing the first witch bolt, I stopped, and then the smell of burning rabbit probably turned me around.
And then the fact that you just saw Dusty come barreling past you, grab a gun, and come barreling back.
Yeah, I'd like to think
and
that,
then a gunshot.
So yeah, Saul was just sort of walking along and hears the lightning and stops to see Dusty like run past me, watch him go away, and sort of watch him come back. And I never turning around, probably, just sort of like, what the hell's going on? And then as the gunshot goes off, I would turn back around to see Lucky on the ground in pieces. And at that, Dusty's shooting. I think I'm gonna message. I forget in this campaign, is potion bonus action or action?
Bonus action.
Got it. I will ask that like 9 more times. Sorry.
Not a problem at all.
So I will use my movement to get to Lucky, my action to message Virgil and be like, hey, Virgil, slight problem with the chest. You get a moment, that'd be awesome. We're up here. I'll be over Lucky's corpse. If you could just, skedaddle on up here and pop a shot off or 2, that'd be great. And then I'll go ahead and try to figure out with my bonus action, like I'm wanting to put it in his mouth, but I see that some parts aren't where they're supposed to be either. So, but I'll still figure out a way, and I'll dump a healing. Well, yeah, probably, I guess, a healing potion on him right now, since I don't know if I should mend him or heal him. But yeah, I'll click one off.
All right. Was that 2d4 plus 2?
Potion of healing. Yep, 2d4 plus 2.
Perfect.
Lucky, I'll let you roll it. It's your life.
Is the witch bolt type thing still attached to him?
It is now attached to Dusty. For anybody who is paying attention.
Cool.
At that point, when Soul messages me, I think I come down from the belfry. I'll leave you assholes alone for 2 minutes and got what the hell? What the hell is this? It's a damn lockbox. How hard could this be? And I look over at Dusty now getting like meleeed by the witch bolt. Yo, sons of bitches. God damn. All right. Well, and he cracks his talons. Just that like audible crack. If you can't teach an old bird new tricks. Well. And he kind of like lets his fingers go. Just for the record, I don't have dispel magic. But I do understand what Witch Bolt looks like because I also have Witch Bolt. So I will attempt to arc a Eldritch Blast in the direction of the lock. Because I don't want to get close to that thing anymore. So I think I stand in front of, not directly in front of the box, but I think I stand on where the edge of the stairs where it goes up to the belfry, so I know I'm far enough away from the lockbox. And I look down the barrel of my fingers, like the barrel of my talons, and just fire off an Eldritch Blast in the direction of that.
All right, give me that roll.
Yep. So weird using digital dice to do this because I don't trust digital dice, bro. I really don't.
Me either.
But we're
Not
gonna
at
do it.
all.
Ha! I hate it. Can I use regular dice?
Not after you rolled.
No. You see him fire off one and it misses dramatically. He
Well,
had so much bolster to do so.
Go ahead. Total it out, because this thing's not entirely difficult to hit.
That's a 7 on the die. Plus, what is it? My proficiency.
Probably your charisma.
Yeah, that would still only be a 9. That would still only be a 9 with my proficiency bonus.
That's good enough to hit this. Again, it's a
No
lockbox.
shit.
It's not going
I
anywhere.
literally thought. Listen, I
Is
thought
your
a
attack
9
bonus
would
0?
be- No, so I have a plus. So I have a +5 and a +2, and I rolled a 2. So I got
ow.
a 9.
Yeah, I thought you rolled a 7. Jeez, ow.
No, I rolled a 9 overall, and I was like, well, that's garbage. So now we'll roll the damn edge. That's not bad at all. That will be an 8 for damage.
Okay. And Eldritch Blast is force damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep,
so it should
force
take
damage.
all of that. All right. So you step in down to the bottom of the belfry, and you shoot this Eldritch Blast, across the small, part of the church, through the doorway into this little rectory on the side of the building, into this padlock, and the padlock shatters. You hit it right where the catch, goes into the padlock, causing it to break and fly across the room. The moment that the padlock is freed from the box, the arcing, bolt of electricity stops just as this kind of starts to arc through the air, and dissipates before it actually makes contact with Dusty.
Well, there you go. He looks over and there's a smoldering rabbit on the floor in pieces. I ain't even going to ask.
Somebody might want to help him. I think I need to step outside because I sure thought my goose was cooked.
Go on outside.
And Dusty excuses himself to outdoors for a short period before returning, wiping his mouth.
You would have taken 12, by the way. Electricity damage, or lightning damage, rather.
Oof. Okay.
That would not have been good.
No. Virgil will begin to walk over to Lucky, and he'll extend out a claw to raise him back up. All right, well, might as well take a look inside, see what was so precious. And he'll basically call all of us over to look inside the box, as it were. What's in the
So you all
box?
kind of gather around and throw the latch open, lift the lid on this strong box. You look down inside at perhaps the most brilliant metal that any of you have ever laid your eyes on. This is filled with rows neatly stacked in almost like the way like poker chips are carried, in like these like velvet lined, concave rows. These columns are these columns of platinum pieces. In total, there are 500 platinum pieces in this box. what is inside this box is worth 5,000 gold dragons.
Woohoo!
This is an
I do
obscene
declare.
amount of money.
Oh my. Either, my friends, either we are now going to be the richest sons of bitches in all of the Caldera, or we just made a very rich man very, very angry.
I suspect it's both. And can I don't know if it's a history or and I think Dusty probably would be able to do it too. I think with our background working with the rail, can we figure out like, so that's 5K, that's a lot, but is it in the grand scheme of things of the railroad baron, right? It's kind of like, you know, if they don't, that could be lunch for them too, right? So I'm trying to figure out like what level of attention a loss like that would occur.
So, yeah, I think, again, you know, given both of your histories with where your characters have come from, that you would understand that this is not the kind of money that a railroad is going to lose its sleep over. However, if this was intended for purchasing land or making bribes, then whatever is going on here is being taken very serious. And this amount of money is certainly enough that it's not going to go unchecked or unnoticed.
Forgive me, I can't remember if I knew the individual or not. The person carrying the box.
The wizard who teleported?
Yeah, if they were familiar or not.
I think so. I think we had established that you had at least seen him around before. He's an assessor, and his name is Henry Tuttle. And he is absolutely an employee of Wellington Rails.
And I okay. Well, Virgil, I suspect it's probably both. I must say I was not anticipating such a lucrative find. Seems the claim might be quite interesting indeed. There's a chance, though, that Mr. Tuttle, the individual who so graciously disappeared last night, may hold off on reporting this. I don't know the man personally, but let's just say it's poor form to lose such cash so quickly. And that may work in our favor for a few days. If the weather doesn't hold, it may work in our favor for quite a while.
All right. So what do we expect to do? You want to go out to the claim now? While we still got time, before that storm sets in?
Virgil, I'm wondering.
We need to make our appearance back at the saloon at some point tonight.
That's true. Yep.
But I think showing up there to establish further our alibis, as it were, would be a good thing for us to do.
Yeah.
And then at some point, decide how we're going to liquidate debts such as this without drawing too much attention to ourselves. Unless we have any connections with a bank of some sort.
I have ideas of how we could establish ourselves as being ones who might have a line of credit or cash available, but that would take time. Virgil, I suspect that Well, I mean, I must admit, I'm not much of a. Well, I'm just saying to say I'm not that familiar with how one would go about hiding a cache. But I do suspect that if the five of us would have happened to show back up with 5,000 gold worth of spending cash, that might raise suspicion the evening after or the morning after a stagecoach robbery or a stagecoach blew up.
Yep. Which is why we ain't taking that much back home.
Appreciate it. I'll let you
And
work that
he-
out, Virgil.
Yeah.
Step
And
back.
he'll take the cash box. And very much like the way you guys got to understand, like the imagery that I see for Virgil is this long, lanky, like Jack Skellington level, like dude, but he's got this hunch that is absolutely Skeksis level, like, you know, and he's full on gonna grab the lockbox. He's gonna hand a number of platinum to each of you. Okay. Like just a small amount, enough to like boop, boop, enough to keep on us if we need it, but like emergencies, right? Maybe like one single piece. That would be one single platinum is what a hundred.
It's 10, right?
Yeah, 10 gold.
Yep.
Yes.
So each one's 10 gold. Now, I assume also though that platinum probably isn't plentiful on the high plains.
No, especially not here.
So washing it may be difficult.
Right, but I feel like we should maybe keep a little of it on us.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Well, hell, I need it. I think my inventory is down.
So
I'm not a man of means, but I do appreciate finding things. I'm only down to 37 gold.
So we'll keep a little bit of it, right? But then whatever we decide not to take amongst us, Virgil then will distribute that amongst the grave sites here at the cathedral. He will distribute it amongst the graves and keep individual bags of individual ash bags of platinum in each one of the graves, and he'll spend the nights he'll spend the rest of the evening before they're supposed to go back burying these bags of platinum in those spaces.
All right. The rest of
Know
you?
that I just took a nap, but you can call me crazy. What if we bought the claim with that money?
Well, the thought has crossed my mind. Lucky for sure. I do wonder if we could get it at a lower value if we can hold off till winter. Logging's harder. That money might look a little nicer.
Do we know
And that
exactly?
gives us time to establish our bona fides of having a legitimate source of credit rather than just rolling in with more than we would seem to be able to get.
Agreed. Gentlemen, it is cold. I'm tired. I would love to go curl up now. Maybe we help Virgil tend to the stash, and meanwhile, Dusty and I can get the horses ready and roll back and establish our alibi.
Does anybody
Sounds
detect magic?
I mean, yeah, we've detected magic earlier. I've got detect magic and identify.
At some point away from the lockbox, we should detect magic on the platinum we are carrying around in our own pockets and see whether there's any tracking of some sort on it.
I mean, I'll take the time to do it now if someone would help Dusty with the horses.
Oh, I can.
I'm gonna rest up, Laz.
Laz, you rest up. I'll go help Dusty.
Yeah, and I can do I mean, I guess while we're doing that, I don't anticipate much. I'll actually cast. Oh, I guess I can ritual cast again. I'll ritual cast identify on the stuff in front of us there, like the coins that he gave me, the box itself, because it looked like you said it was an ornate looking like lockbox.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
box
it's
itself,
very well made.
So I'll take my time, and if it gets close on time, I'll just start burning spell slots to cast identify.
Okay.
On all those. If anything interesting pops up, let me know. But if you know.
Mm-hmm. So while Sol is doing that with a more ritual casting, there was something that you were trying to say, Nathan.
I have stuff that I want to talk to Soul about at some point. Just not necessarily hiding it from everyone else, but something that pertains to like our backstory stuff.
Okay.
So just at some point, either like on the ride back to town, if he's doing this ritual casting on this stuff, I'll go help with the horses and whatnot. And then maybe like as we're riding back to town, kind of like lower our speed and let everyone get like a few strides ahead and just have a little conversation with them.
Oh yeah, I can. I think we've rode together long enough and stuff. I could tell, so we would just form up in the back or whatever.
Okay. So as far as the ritual casting on this stuff, you don't detect anything magical on any of the coins itself. The box itself does still seem to radiate as magical. I guess as far as school goes, it no longer gives off the vibe of evocation, and now would give off the vibe of what would be a similar spell?
Well, this time it's identified too. So hold on a second. That's a little different.
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah, because I touch it throughout the casting this time. I learned its properties, how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. Excuse me. So yeah, you learned that this box basically has a capability to do spell storing on it. Similar to like a ring of spell storing or what have you. Somebody is able to basically impart a spell into this this box as a form of trap, as a form of like protection against people trying to break into it.
Oh. Well, that is lovely. I'll pass that information on to Lucky and Virgil as we go over that one. What do you think the value might be, Virgil, in leaving this on the altar sprung up just in case anybody comes by?
So you don't want to hide it then? Just keep it as is, but we put our own little trap in.
That's right. So you figure if someone happens to come by and get a little greedy before they find any of our other little spots, good chance maybe they just leave.
All right. I got an idea then. That's all right. Let's see what I got. Let's see. Yeah.
You thinking it's better to keep it around rather than dump it off by the trail side?
I didn't get any.
You
I didn't get any indication
tracking?
of tracking or anything, right? Just they could store that spell.
I mean, no, nothing magical as far as tracking goes. But I mean, the box is pretty unique looking.
Yeah.
So
someone else from anybody who's seen it before would obviously recognize it.
Right.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm not as concerned then, as long as the box and the money don't have a readily available way of being tracked.
All right.
I can load it up with the same implement that I used on the coach. And that way, if it is our friend Mr. Tuttle, it'd be a lovely little bit of irony, I suppose, for him to flee once and catch it on the second round.
Very well, then. So you go ahead and load that thing right on.
I'll spend whatever time it takes Jeremy to get used to it, and then I'll see if I can trigger it up with a shatter and burn that spell slot.
Yeah. Yeah, you
But
basically just cast the spell straight into it, and instead of it impacting on the surface and affecting the box itself, the box just kind of absorbs it into it, and you can see that there's a little bit of like a linger, whatever visual your magic has, for just a couple of seconds before that too dissipates.
All right. Now we're not going to want to open that, and then I'll leave it there and go mount up to ride back.
You can dispel your own magic, I imagine. Once you've attuned to that, you can dispel it.
I am sometimes forgetful.
Please tell me I don't have to do that over again.
Well, probably not too lucky, I suspect.
All right. Well, we should head on back into town before Primrose wears herself out by trying to lie for you.
I'm sure that it's believable for me for the entire evening, but the rest of you might not hold the same sway. Onward.
I imagine, Jeremy, that of the you said 5,000 platinum?
No, 500 platinum.
500 platinum,
which is the same as 5,000 gold.
5,000 gold. Okay.
Yeah, also called dragons in this, so gold
I
dragons.
imagine that we probably only take a stipend of about 100 each, right? Just so that we have something on our person, but not enough to like.
So like
that's all of
10,
it.
So like
Or
10 platinum
total.
each.
Sorry, 100 gold each. I'll preface that 100 gold.
Got it.
Of
Oh, sorry, that was I was
so 10 platinum each.
So 10
Got
platinum each. Very, very like a small amount, a small smattering, but nothing to get super suspicious of. Right?
Okay. Also, Virgil.
Yeah.
This happens anytime that you pass particularly close to the altar here in the church. But particularly whenever this box is kind of placed, in my mind, you were holding one side of it, helping, Soul or whatever, kind of put it up on there.
Yep.
As you kind of put that up on there, the wind kind of picks up and blows through kind of the open, crumbled parts of this mission. And when it does, you swear that you hear a familiar voice carried to you on that wind.
It's not picking up. Is your whisper too quiet? It's not picking it up on the mic.
He's whispering so good.
Nah, you're just muted. Yeah. That's all good, man. So you can just tell me what you want to say. Very fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think that definitely sets me on edge as I set this box down. I look across the way at Soul. I don't think we should leave this here for very long, though. Let's make our appearance. Let it be known. Let us get to getting on the plan.
Agreed. I'm happy to set up shop here for a while, but let's at least warm up a bit, resupply.
Agreed. Yeah. And I imagine we would kind of have a meal and then head on into town.
Trying to come in off the roads. I think, right, we want to kind of
Yeah.
sneak our way back in, or even tie the horses up away a little bit so that we're not as noticeable. But then as everybody's going in sort of tired working back, that's when Dusty and I will, as the horses sort of jockey around each other, we'll make sure we set up time where we're isolated back in the back. Dusty, something on your mind? I can message that to you, actually. I would just message you that. Like, Dusty, something on your mind? I don't think you can respond, but
yeah, he'll get that message, but and kind of glance up at the others, and then look back over to you for a second and pause. Now, do you think that Mr. Tuttle was purchasing the land for our friends?
Oh, I 100% think Mr. Tuttle was on official business. Did say I don't know the man that well, but seems more than his retirement or pay would be. So I suspect the move was to come buy the claim and then establish the company within the town.
We're sure that it's Wellington that they're trying to establish down here.
Well, I mean, that's where I knew him from. I haven't really kept up with the man. I don't know if he's gone between the two, but I would say based off the location, Wellington would get first rights.
That seems like an exorbitant amount for Wellington's normal prices. Surely they are not purchasing it from some random townsfolk.
Well, I don't know that we've met the logging camp owner yet, but the corporation that does it with the mills. But I suspect, Dusty, in my mind, I'm thinking that they were coming to buy the town more than the claim.
Well, they always want more than what they're paying for.
It's a lot
However,
easier to buy a sheriff and then establish your own land rights.
precisely. Have you ever known Wellington to fairly purchase anything unless it was from a friend?
I suspect if it's the easiest path and the cheapest path, they would take it, but
500 platinum.
Muscle's a lot cheaper.
500 platinum seems like quite a lot to me, compared to at least what they offered me. They tried to buy my land.
Admittedly,
And Dusty's reigns, as he talks about his land, you can audibly hear like the sound of Dusty's reins in his hands, the leather creaking as he's squeezing the reins.
Yeah, I think we've ridden a while together too, so I know what triggers and doesn't with that. Dusty, admittedly, I wasn't really in the finances. I was more in acquisitions of rare antiquities. With that in mind, I am very curious as to what is in that claim. Sometimes it is easier to just pay everybody off and have them not ask questions.
It's an interesting theory.
Yes.
So we either have a situation where they are buying something much more than land that they don't want anyone talking about, or something's changed and they've decided to spend a lot more money than normal. I'd bank on them buying something that someone doesn't know is here, rather than generosity suddenly striking their hearts.
Generosity is very low on the list of possibilities I'm thinking through, but much as I don't have the heart to tell Virgil directly, we are most likely right and proper fucked. It's just whether or not we can get through to, establish ourselves in the town in a method with which maybe we're not fucked alone.
Well, if there is something else here that none of us know about, we're in a lot more trouble than robbing a stagecoach or stopping a land purchase.
Oh,
I think we
a lot
are,
more
and
trouble
might
for a
be.
lot longer than that. Be all right.
I
What's the
think
worst that
we
can happen?
might.
We die?
I don't plan on doing that for a good long time. So,
Oh, I wish you luck. I wish you luck.
but I do think you are correct. We are right and proper fucked here.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of which, I think I see town ahead.
I think that's where we're going to take our 10-minute break.
That was great. That exchange was just so good. I just was like, I'm
Awesome.
also enjoying just watching it.
All right. Yeah, I'm super excited for where this is headed. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. And then we will come back and finish up session 2 of Thunder Ridge Echoes on the Mountain. Sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our break. We are here back with session number 2, titled Echoes on the Mountain. This is a Caldera campaign. Caldera is a setting that I designed that is fantasy western. We are using the 5th edition rule set, and we are rejoining our I don't want to use the term heroes. Our posse of individuals as they ride back from their hideout to Thunder Ridge, having just secured their ill-gotten gains of many platinum pieces. They are riding back in, maybe even with those platinum pieces burning a hole in their pockets. So as you ride back into the town of Thunder Ridge, the snows have already started picking up a little. It is starting to collect on the ground and in the up against the buildings, all of the shady parts of the town. Is there anything that you're doing as you're riding into town? Any conversation that is taking place before you head to your first destination? And what destination is that?
I believe Soul and I had our conversation, and I believe Soul has his eyes on a certain room above a saloon, if I'm not mistaken.
I am occasionally predictable.
We are all suspected to be sleeping in the saloon, right? Sleeping.
Okay, so yeah, this is kind of middle of the night. You're headed straight to the Queen's Block Saloon and billiard room.
Back up through the same back door we left through.
Okay. All right. So you return to the back door here at the Queen's Block, kind of giving a rap on the door, making sure that you rode in, very discreetly, avoided prying eyes. You rode past the sheriff's deputy who's on the porch of the the jailhouse. Actually, probably not on the porch, with it being it's cold outside. You could see the lantern light from within the jailhouse. Turned way down. That wick was barely there, and you can see his boots crossed on the desk, his hat down over his face, absolutely, positively sleeping. So you were able to ride in undetected, and head back to the Queen's Block, where you knock on this back door. And one of the working boys here answers the door, sees all of you. You paid, I believe, for this discretion.
We paid in advance. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's certainly something that he would be aware of, recognizing you and saying, come on in, hurry.
Here's that. Pop back in. I'm assuming that some of my gold was broken down into smaller things. So I'll go ahead and tip the kid out like a silver or whatever to go run.
Okay.
You know, for that, and then tiptoe back up to my primrose.
All right. The rest of you basically just looking for a place to lay your head for the rest of the hours of that exist before morning.
I think the only thing that Virgil would want to, that there's something Virgil would want to do during the night.
I think we all rented billiard rooms as cover for the night, or Soul rented them for all of us. Dusty would go to his to complete his alibi, but wouldn't partake in the quote unquote billiards.
Right. Okay.
So I think Virgil is in his room with this companion, but it's like he's distracted because he is definitely not paying them any mind. He's like staring out of the window, and his neck cranes out of the window. He's listening again for that voice, almost to try to get a gauge of urgency, you know?
And strain as you might, you don't hear the voice on the wind again.
After a time, he will pull his head back in and I mean, he will partake in anything that has been set forth. But he definitely, it's like sleeping with one eye open the rest of the night. He doesn't quite go to sleep. Doesn't quite keep his eye off the door, you know. It's one of those, he wants to maintain that alibi, but also he's like, I don't want anybody to get the jump on me or anything like that. So definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
See, Saul is a firm believer of all alibis should have a grain of truth in them on that. So yeah, we all know where Saul's at.
Yes. Primrose is very happy to see you whenever you return. Lavishes you with the love and attention that Saul is so desperately needing. Buffalo love. Please tell me you almost spit water. Okay. If there is nothing else that you are trying to accomplish over the course of the evening, then we will go ahead and skip to the sunrise the next morning. What are you boys doing the next morning? This very little sleep that you got, these few scant hours before the sun rises and the town starts to wake up. What are you doing when you wake up?
No, I want to head to wherever there's breakfast fixins to be had, either if that's here as part of our stay. But yeah, just get some coffee,
Okay.
and some eggs, and see what news has come riding in.
Okay.
General gossip people have.
Yes, this would definitely qualify as a short rest. But, not quite a long rest. You guys were kind of up through the middle of the night. So while the Queen's Block doesn't really serve breakfast to patrons usually, it's not usually open that early. There is a small kitchen that feeds the prostitutes that work here, and with your circumstances being a little special, and having paid what you paid, then they'll make a little extra, sausage and bacon and eggs and things like that for you in the morning. So it's not quite like hotel service, but it was breakfast that you didn't necessarily have to make.
Well, Saul's down, engaged in conversation with everybody who works there, but listening more than talking, right?
Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Is there anything else that is happening in the morning before kind of the day gets going?
Laz would be studying a book that is dedicated to loose and that he found in our hideout, and he's trying to like discern some of their language and stuff to be able to maybe unlock the mysteries of the vault.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably written in like, Castilian, or like old Castilian, maybe even, some kind of Latin equivalent. So it's definitely kind of like the kind of thing where you're having to kind of reread and reread and reread, and you're still not 100% getting it, but you're kind of following along some of the pictures and the illuminations probably that are in it. Awesome. Okay. So between Saul kind of talking to a lot of the prostitutes that work here, as well as like the people who clean and things like that, and very quickly the town itself, if any of you are spending any time going out into the town proper, the entire town is buzzing. The story is that there was an assessor who works for Wellington Rails, who arrived by teleportation late last night, and is telling a story about how his stagecoach was held up and how he barely managed to escape. Apparently, he is already has meetings with several of the loggers who discovered the cave-in, the claim, on the south side of the mountain. And in particular, it sounds like he is wishing to speak with the foreman who was overseeing that particular area whenever the discovery was made.
So
what do you want to do today?
Message Virgil. Assuming you were within range, or when I see you after hearing this information, be like, well, seems, my friend, that the best laid plans of mice and men, as they say, don't always work out the way they seem. Our assessor friend apparently has been here before, was able to make his way to this destination last night. So if you want to chat, I think I will retire to the kitchen with the staff.
Very well. That's all right by me. We can chat if you like.
Can you message back?
Oh yeah, I got.
Okay, good. I forget that if you could or not, because I was like,
I also have. It wouldn't matter if I could if I had message or not, but I also have. Um, I also have awakened mind, so that way, if we are within 30 feet, I can already telepathically speak to you within 30 feet.
oh, I just like to assume it's message, so
But
I'm
if
not
it's
creeped out more by
but,
you.
But that way,
Um,
if it's further distance, I can always use message.
But, well, we could also just, I forgot, forgive me, sir. We could also just stay where we're at and converse, but we want to pass it on to the others. It'll be interesting how we go about this. We want to sort of slip out of town, let it carry on the way it is, or handle this problem publicly.
Well, way I thought about it was that hopefully the menagerie would get caught up in all this and they'd show themselves at this point. I don't know if that's happened yet. And unfortunately, it's making things stickier for us.
Agreed. Not to put too fine a point on it, but we all cut a pretty unique shadow. So
Yep.
I think if we're seen together in any number or even in passing, we either need to, well, jump or over jump. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. We can arrive at the same destination, but we shouldn't go together.
And we should make sure that those destinations are places we're comfortable and in control. As much as I enjoy both the company and, well, just the overall nature of our friends last night, let's just put now again, it's not love, sir. So I can't necessarily ensure that our alibi will stick.
Yep. But
Think
Thunder
maybe
Ridge
we-
is probably going to be where we're going to need to stay, though. So we're going to need to find a way to stay here.
I agreed. I would love to get some time talking to the sheriff directly, but I want to chat with you at some point before then on how much she can know, depending on what read we get to her. I think perhaps we ought to set up a conversation like this where the two of us are discreetly talking to her.
Yep, I agree with you.
I think as she goes, so goes our options.
Yep.
I
Something
think.
about
We all
I feel like
maybe consider that we give this investigation into the stagecoach attack and volunteer ourselves to help.
Well,
what's
I
he
mean,
saying now there, Soul? What's that?
Not a bad idea.
I'm not opposed to it as long as we don't go all together. As I said, man gets jumped by 5 unique shadows, and 5 unique individuals decide to show up to help with the investigation. Might, well, raise my hair.
Well, thing is, if we all covered ourselves appropriately, I feel like as long as we behave and play nice with the local kiddies, then we gonna be all right. Everything will be okay.
I agree. Let's say if one of you boys wants to go and see what they're going to investigate, or if an investigation is going to happen, well,
And then I think
we can make a decision after that.
thank you, Jeremy.
No, here's the thing. I've been hearing things in the saloon. You probably have too there, so about this foreman that he was wanting to meet with. What if we go meet with this foreman? What if we met with this foreman?
I'm more than happy to. You know how to make the introduction.
I don't know this man, but if we got the funds that he wanted to give, then maybe we could barter in on that claim. All right? You made the comment earlier. Maybe we find a way to stake a name to the claim. If we do that, then we don't have to leave here.
I agree 100%. I think that with our friend Mr. Tuttle already in conversations with the town, if we were to go purchase that claim out from under him, the sheriff might be interested in where the money came from. Hence, where the sheriff goes, so go our options.
Very well. I agree with you.
All right.
Let's go. All right. I got an idea. Hold on.
I think we should get. We need the provision to leave also though. So do we need like Dusty, Elias, Lucky? Is there anything you all want to get done while we're, well, I hate to say it, plotting and scheming, but Virgil and I work out our options?
How about this? You and I go talk to the sheriff. Try to pad our alibi, right? I don't know the word. Something about grease some palms or something.
Let's go grease up the sheriff.
We go grease up the sheriff, and I ask her and tell her that everything's gonna be all kite paste, static, and beautiful. And if we do that, then everything will be just fine, I think.
Now, I agree. I think why don't you and I go meet the sheriff and deputy, since we didn't get to introduce ourselves proper.
Yep, I agree. Boys, while we are gone, maybe you will do provision runs for us. Make sure we got everything nice and tight. Also, look at you fell apart last time. Might want to stitch all that up again and start over.
Give me a hand with that.
Yep. Good. All right. Whatever you need, you got the money for it now.
Dusty, if you can friendly up to the loggers. You seem to have a similar physique and nature with sharp objects. You guys can talk about chopping things and such, and then see if you can maybe find where the foreman is.
Dusty looks a little confused. I don't think them loggers chop down trees with knives.
Oh, an axe is just a knife with a long handle. You'll be all right.
While I like the sentiment, I think it might be a bit off, but I think I can make it work. And I think Dusty's gonna go try to find some lockers or some people with information about exactly where these loggers might be that he can kind of connect with in an attempt to ingratiate himself with the loggers. He might grease himself up a logger.
The day is young.
Nothing like greasing the logs, baby. I think that I think that Virgil would have an aside with Elias. All right, Elias, I'm gonna ask you to do one thing while I'm gone. You're the one of us that can fly, so I need you to spot me. I need you to spot me a foreman. Just spot him. Keep an eye on him. Figure it out. I don't know what it looks like, but I imagine he'll be the most important looking person in the middle of that logging camp. So you keep your eyes out. And when we come back, you tell me what you find.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe Dusty and Elias are more or less after the same goal. They're looking for the foreman and or to kind of work their way into the loggers group, to try to make friends, as it were. And then it sounds like Soul and Virgil are headed to the sheriff's office to try to make friends there.
Soul would. The only thing I
Yep.
want to do before we leave with that is the kid who was on the door like this early morning, right? The one
Mhm.
who opened the door. I want to find him and pay him to like figure out where Henry is in town, to go look for the guy who's new, right? And figure out where, and keep eyes on him, basically, right? But so that I can keep an eye out for the kid, but not, and know where, like, basically where Henry is.
Okay. So yeah, you can
So like, if I mean, basically, like, if Henry's in the hotel, I want the kid to hang out like outside the hotel.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So yeah,
My thought is that Henry wouldn't notice some kid.
right.
Yeah.
He'll definitely agree. For a not an exorbitant fee, but certainly one that that belays his age. Like, this kid knows what's up, and he knows, that you're probably desperate for someone to do this, and so he definitely makes sure that that he gets his worth out of it.
Oh yeah, I'll be fine with it. Why don't we say 5 silver now and a gold at the end of the day, assuming you don't get caught.
He thinks about it for a while, and he says, "All right, but if he goes somewhere else and I have to follow him, that's another gold piece."
Of course, all expenses will be paid, but don't go crazy with it. All reasonable expenses. Get receipts.
Okay. What is Lucky up to?
I think with his knowledge of woodworking, he would probably head with Dusty to try to help, maybe attempt to help in the logging situation.
Okay. Yeah, so you head down. There's a part of camp where a lot of the loggers kind of tend to congregate towards. Like, the loggers are the most prevalent solitary group of individuals here in Thunder Ridge. There are a ton of elves and half elves, and as well as people with like Durathian ancestry that are working here for the logging companies, and you can find one, an individual logger anywhere in camp. But towards one end of camp, kind of more where the mountains are, kind of off towards the peaks, they have a camp that is a ways outside of town proper. And that end of town has almost kind of been taken over, if you will. You know, the local saloon on that side is definitely prominently now catering to the loggers and things of that nature. So you definitely know where to head. The three of you can head down to that side of town and find any knot of individuals that you want to approach easy enough. This early in the morning, most of them are even sober. All right. So as you find a particular group that stands out to you, what is your approach here? Elias, Dusty, Lucky, what are you doing?
What are they doing?
I would imagine that they're having like an after breakfast smoke. You know, there's several of them that have hand rolled cigarettes that they're either, you know, rolling themselves or already have rolled and are, you know, actively smoking. They probably, you know, are standing on, you know, sitting on the porch or whatnot, smoking and drinking coffee.
I have a minimal amount of my armor equipped, just enough, pretty much, to have my my legs and hands.
I think Dusty approaches, and similar to our first night in town, pulls out both a case of a few of these cigars, as well as like not like crazily expensive cigarettes, but probably nicer than maybe what their hand rolled they have now are, and just offer them up to, you know, whoever's around the coffee pot right here, whoever's around this fire here or whatever, and kind of start the conversation off by something along the lines of, if I phrase this right, would you gentlemen be inclined to trade some smokes for a couple of cups of coffee for me and my friends?
You get kind of a general kind of cold shoulder attitude from a lot of the loggers as they kind of roll their eyes and turn away from you, you know, lean on their other elbow or what have you. But then a voice says, yeah, I might be willing to trade some smokes with you. And when you turn and look, you see there is a female dwarf who is approaching you. Cigarette in one hand, one of those camp mugs in another, steaming hot coffee. What are you smoking?
And I'll just I'll offer up the same cigars and cigarettes that I had before. Just a couple things I picked up on my travels.
She reaches for one of those cigars. Don't mind if I do.
And Dusty will offer a light, pilfer a match and strike it, and offer a light for her as well.
She nods and will roll the cigar a little on each side, letting the flames kind of light it fully so that the cherry on the end glows real heartily. She takes a big drag and like puffs it, and she turns to the rest of these kind of like loggers who've all kind of turned a cold shoulder, and she's like, You see, fuckers, this is how you treat a lady.
I see we have ourselves a woman of taste here. Now,
No, not hard to
let's
do with all
see.
these tree humpers.
Now let's see if you know how to make a proper cup of coffee. We did say we would trade.
She kind of takes another long drag on the cigar and kind of rocks back a little. Okay. Yeah. You got a cup?
I'm assuming Dusty has a cup. I would assume, somewhere.
If not, she reaches over and like takes one from one of these other loggers who like turns around and like starts to give her some kind of grief. She's like, "You're done with it. Fuck off."
Perfect.
She like
even better.
dumps the little cold remnants of it out and like grabs the kettle, which you can see steam is still coming out of the nozzle of this thing, but she grabs a hold of the handle of it without any kind of leather gloves or anything. Grabs a hold of this and pours you a cup and then presses it into your chest. Damn good cigar. If you want another cup, just let me know.
I might take you up on that offer, but I might have something else to trade. For more
Kind of
cigars.
looks you up and down.
You like them?
And what is that?
Oh, just information about the logging going on around here. See, my associates and I may be interested in setting up shop near here. And we're just trying to get to know different businesses and endeavors around the town. By the way, I am Dusty. This is Elias, and this is Lucky, and I'll point to the other two.
She looks at Lucky and nods. I get it.
Ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Garnell. So,
Pleasure to meet you.
likewise, I think. If I'm not mistaken, you must be interested in that new claim. That's got to be what's got your fur all up.
New claim, you say? Is that the one that we hear was supposed to be purchased recently?
I don't know anything about any of that, but it's definitely got a lot of people interested, it sounds like.
Well, I have, and I'll kind of lean into her. I have heard rumors, now rumors, mind you, that someone has come here to purchase a claim, and that money has gone missing.
That's so. Well, I'm sure some other rich asshole will be right behind them to offer the same or more.
Yes, if only I could lay my hands on the kind of money it would take to buy a claim like that. Unfortunately, we are just getting started. We're looking for something a bit smaller. And the logging business might be of interest. Now, obviously, we'd have to start small and learn the trade as well. Hence my presence here.
Now it all makes sense. See, this is a good cigar, but it's not enough of a good cigar for you to be a rich asshole. So, it makes sense that you're here talking to me instead of the people that can make this kind of shit work. So what you want to know is, how do you get in good with the bosses?
Exactly.
Well, my friend, like everything else out here in this forsaken place, money talks. Favors, maybe. The three of you look like maybe you know the business end of a gun.
Dusty looks down at his knives around his chest.
Or knives. What I'm saying is maybe they might have some kind of work for you. You never know. If I had to guess, though, it's probably going to be the kind of work that gets your hands real dirty.
The three of us are no strangers to that. At least I myself am not. I prefer to keep them clean if I can. As we all know, a good hard day's work does get the hands dirty, no matter what you're doing.
Well, the company man is not very present. And doesn't stay in town for very long. Comes in and checks on things every once in a while and fucks off to whoever knows where. Probably to get his dick wet or something, who knows. But the foreman, he's a good elf. You could probably talk to him. He might be able to set you up a meeting with somebody, with the company man, maybe when he's back in town. I don't know.
I think that might be the best place to start. Kind of work my way up the ladder, so to speak.
Up the tree. She kind of like laughs at her own joke.
Indeed.
Been hanging around these fuckers too long.
I think at this point, in the conversation, Dusty finally thinks the coffee's cooled down enough to take a first sip.
This is like punch you in the gut trail coffee. This is not the kind of coffee that is, you know, that is sweetened with sugar or cream or served in a fancy restaurant or cafe. This is like campfire coffee.
Thick as mud.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like that acrid, kind of bites back.
Perfect.
These are the kind of individuals that, would you say, add one for the pot, an extra scoop of coffee, just to
Probably.
just to cover the inside of the coffee pot.
Yeah, absolutely. To help you get
Perfect.
up early whenever it's cold and nasty, and get moving. It also
Probably
is the
one
kind
of
of
those
thing.
never-ending
Yeah,
pots of coffee.
right. Exactly. Yeah, it's never emptied or cleaned. It's just added to. You would probably know that if you had more than one cup of this, you're probably going to spend the rest of your day like in an outhouse.
I think that Dusty takes a sip of this coffee. I can't remember. We had a moonshine in the first session.
Yep.
Can't
Mountain
remember what it was
Moonbeam.
called. Mountain Moonbeam. I think Dusty grimaces more after the sip of this coffee than he did when he took the shot of Mountain Moonbeam. But it's not the same. Like, it is a almost pained grimace, but once that grimace passes, it's not the same pain and like burning that the Mountain Moonbeam caused. He's happy after that initial just painful grimace. It is like almost pure bliss, because whoever made this coffee knows how to make coffee the proper way.
Garnell kind of laughs at your grimace, your wince at first, and she kind of she hits you in the shoulder. She said, "That'll put hair on your nuts."
I do believe that's not a problem for me. Being of my heritage and all, but that's neither here nor there. Uh, that is a damn fine good cup of coffee.
Made it
Where
myself.
do I? Well, you 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 appreciate that cigar maybe as much as I appreciate that coffee. Now, just between, I guess, the four of us, uh, my apologies, Elias and Lucky, but no one in my association knows how to make a proper cup of coffee. Not quite ever strong enough. It's much appreciated to have someone who knows what coffee needs to be. That being said, where would I find this foreman?
She takes another long drag off of this cigar, kind of holds it out and appreciates it. This is a good cigar. Foreman is supposed to have some kind of meeting. Some bigwig early this morning. I imagine you could probably catch him afterwards. He left breakfast kind of early. Wasn't too happy about it.
Wouldn't happen to know where this meeting was taking place.
At the hotel. The Cedar Mantle. It's on the fussy end of town.
Right. Well, I do thank you for your time. I shouldn't keep you too much longer. I believe you might want to go teach them tree humpers how to properly cut down a tree. I don't think humping's going to get them too far.
Been trying to teach him for 4 decades. Good luck.
And I will offer her this kind of case of cigars again.
Don't mind if
allowing
I do.
her to take what she will.
She'll take another one. You come back if you want some more real coffee.
Oh, I am sure that we will cross paths again. It has been a true pleasure. I believe I have a date at the hotel.
She nods again, kind of enjoying and getting lost in this cigar. She goes back to bickering with the elves, who kind of threw a cold shoulder to you as you approached. You can hear them kind of chittering.
I'm also going to finish the coffee before I leave, and then I'm going to wait, like, at some point, as I'm finishing the coffee, the individual she took the cup from, like, points a finger at one of the other loggers or something like that, and Dusty just kind of flips the cup around and hangs it from the handle on the side, just hangs it off his finger as he walks by. Appreciate the use of your cup. Thank you very much. And just turns and walks away.
Kind of stares dumbfounded at this cup now hanging from his finger as you walk by. All right. Meanwhile, we cut back to where Virgil and Saul are approaching the jailhouse, I would assume, where you're headed to find the sheriff.
Unless there's a kid out front.
Not out front of the sheriff's office, no.
Yeah. Virgil, how do you want to do this? Both of us go in? You want to go talk nicely to her yourself, or
Good fox, bad bird. I think that'll work.
well, how much do you think she should know, or how much do we want to figure out from her first?
Well, absolutely no implicating ourselves. That is for sure.
Excellent. Let's play dumb and see what she tells us.
See what she knows first, and then we slowly reel her in with what we know, like a fish on a hook.
Excellent. All right. After you, sir.
Ma'am, I hate to come a calling. I hate to come a calling, but we were hoping to speak with you. If you don't mind.
Yeah, why not? Come on in. She is standing at the wood burning stove in the corner, likewise heating up a kettle of hot water for coffee. You can see that there's two individuals who are in the two cells at the back of the room. Both of them, you can tell just by looking at them that they sleep the sleep of drunkenness. That they definitely were put in here last night to sober up. Both of them sporting bruises on their faces and bloody knuckles. Your guess is probably from one another. She seems like she's already fairly awake. The deputy that you saw sleeping here last night isn't anywhere in sight. She finishes pouring herself a cup of coffee and moves back over to where her desk is. She sits down. What can I do for you?
Well, we just want to. We heard a lot of rumors roaming around the town. Wanted to kind of get your opinion on it.
Well, I can't even fathom the kind of rumors that are floating around the place you were hanging out last night, so why don't you enlighten me?
Well, we overheard this morning.
Yep.
Some
I was gonna say, Sheriff, I mean, we had breakfast this morning, and well, I must say that the talk of the establishment and everybody who came through seemed to be that someone came in late last night on a bristle. Saul's like warming up to the stove again, just trying to be as close and hot as possible.
Staying back and near the heat.
Like it's like a cat, like uncomfortably leaning against it, you know, like should be hurting and burning himself. Probably is.
I heard something about that. I hadn't spoken to the individual yet, but that was on my to-do list this morning.
Oh, my apologies. I figured that odd that they wouldn't come straight to the deputy or the sheriff.
Found it rather odd myself. But there's all kinds of oddities that happen around this place, she says, kind of looking at the two of you.
Oh, certainly, Sheriff. Hence we stopped by. I mean, town's a buzz with activity, and two of us will. We make no apologies for our appearance, but you know, we sometimes raise suspicion. And Saul will lift up his glasses some, said that the milky eyes that he has, along with the scars and stuff, are showing. Well, people are quick to how can I say? People are quick to prejudge somebody based off their appearance.
Well, it ain't your appearance that concerns me. It's more your histories of what you may have done or not done, what you may be doing or not doing, what you may do or not do in the future. That's what concerns me.
Oh, well, I can assure you, Sheriff, while we are here, we will do whatever it is you require to rest easy.
I'm certain that you are both altruistic Samaritans that are simply out for the betterment of all those who live here in Thunder Ridge.
He takes off his hat and he places it like on one of the knobs of one of the chairs, and he sits in the chair. And I imagine it's like, it's not a rock. Is it a rocker? Would there be a rocker in here?
Probably not inside.
Not inside. I imagine he'd sit in the chair though, and it's like one of those long back chairs with the round knob tops. Put his hat on one of the knob tops. And
Now, ma'am, I understand. I understand your insecurity with our appearance and our background. I get that. I understand. But do understand that we are trying very hard to make a difference in that appearance. We are. And that is why we come to you. If something of ill repute, he kind of like nods to Soul, something of ill repute would have happened to your town, but then we would not want to see that. Not at all. And I would think that it is a mighty hardy job for one such sheriff to do, even with a deputy. I know it is a small town. Perhaps, if you'll allow it, we would be willing to be your eyes, your ears.
Mr. She kind of indicates you, Virgil, as if asking as a reminder for what your name was, the name you gave.
Yes. Name's Virgil Toontown. Yep.
Mr.
And I know-
Toontalon.
And I know that my namesake gives off a connotation, incarceration, some sort of, you know what the word I'm trying to figure out. I know that I don't come off as the most bright and shining star in the sky. I know I don't.
Well, Mr. Toontalon, as I told you, it isn't your appearance that gives me pause. She reaches over to a small piece of paper that's kind of on the desk, and you can see it's the same kind of paper that litters another part of the wall filled with wanted posters. She produces this piece of paper and she puts it on the desk in front of her and slides it to you while spinning it around. It's what you do and what you've done that concerns me. You can see a rather convincing likeness of yourself sketched on this wanted poster in connection with some of the crimes committed by the menagerie years and years ago. You see, we don't tend to throw away much around here, and I was pretty sure you look kind of familiar. Now, I'm certain, being the altruistic Samaritan that you are, Mr. Toontalon, that you have turned over a new leaf, but it does concern me what you've done.
Well, I understand that. I get that. I do. Don't get me wrong. I understand that you can look at a man like myself and think that, by God, that boy's beak has gotten into more problems than he's worth. I understand that. But I must say, if you do not mind me saying, that is it not a value that you share, perhaps, a virtue that allows us to change? Right? So if I say that I'm going to change and I've made an active search to change, ma'am, this here wanted poster, that's from years and years ago. how can you hold me accountable to actions that I would have taken in my youth?
So that is precisely why the irons have not been clapped around your wrists. I haven't taken you into custody or arrested you on account of these charges because there is some substantial time that has passed since the events depicted on this poster. However, I want you to understand that my eyes and ears are on you.
You understand that? Very
Now,
much so.
you came here to make sure that your feet didn't land in whatever shit has gone down, and I understand that and appreciate it. But if you don't have any direct business with me, then I do have, as I said, a meeting with the individual that arrived late last night.
We were hoping to ask you to be a part of this. We were hoping to ask you to be your eyes and your ears. As you see, as you seem to claim that I am, would it not help you? I think that's the word I'm looking for. Would it not help you to have somebody who may have had a background like this looking into this for you?
She kind of like sits forward and leans on an elbow on her desk, kind of looking at you with like, not confusion, but almost like a look of confusion on her face. Are you asking me to pin a star on you?
Well, no, far from that. Sheriff, I think we're going far too quickly here. Let's take our time and get to know each other a little better before we go talking about any sort of accessorizing. Jewelry and whatnot. The thought alone, makes me shiver. But I think what my
Me too.
friend Virgil is saying is that, well, the road to redemption in the eyes of the law was a difficult path, and any guidance, seasoned individuals such as yourself could provide us, or opportunities with which we may learn or assist in, well, expunging Virgil's past would be greatly appreciated.
So in exchange for being my eyes and ears in whatever mess is going on now, you want me to try to remove the bounty that's on your friend's head.
Well, I wouldn't say no to that, but I wouldn't put that as a condition, Sheriff. Not at all. We're simply, as we said when we came in, well, we know the natural suspicion individuals such as ourselves raise. And, well, we do see ourselves enjoying this frontier town for what it seems to be, based on the weather, longer than we may suspect. We simply want to ensure the town understands that we mean no harm. We are here simply as guests, looking to know each other better.
I think at that point, Virgil will message Soul.
Listen here. Am I doing this right? I think I started out, and then you're normally more of a vocal type, and now I just feel like I done fucked it all up, and I feel real insecure about that.
Oh, not at all. It's earnest when it comes from you. If I came in talking slick and smooth, she'd have her hackles up. No, this is coming from a place of honesty. Plus, to be fair, like, I would have taken that one poster as a shotgun right to the face. I think you did quite a good job with that. I'm kind of hoping she don't pull a paper on me, if you know what I'm saying.
Quite honestly, I'm a little bit offended by how much it is. I feel like I should be worth more, damn it.
You were young. It was a younger time, you understand. It was like, I think we're probably silent for a little too long. We might
if I understand this correctly, then the exchange that you're offering is for me to talk up your virtues.
Not at all, Sheriff. Simply to all we're saying is allow us to prove ourselves out beyond the reasonable doubt you may have.
Give us
All right.
time to lay a groundwork of friendship and camaraderie. Well, whatever that word is, you know what I'm thinking about. Camaraderie or whatever that might be.
And Sheriff, should you have any questions or concerns, please reach out to us at any time, and I assure you, we will happily come over and converse with you right here.
All right, then. Go on about your business here in Thunder Ridge, but as I told you, this little conversation hasn't done much to ease my curiosities. So I'm still keeping an eye and an ear on you, whether you're my eyes and ears out in the shit or not.
And Sheriff, if you want to know us better, perhaps we can have dinner sometime.
Get out of my jailhouse.
I think the Virgil would stop though and say, "Well, ma'am, can I ask if I'm not pressing too much? I hope not. What exactly would ingratiate myself to your views? What would you want from me?"
She has already stood up, like while you were delivering this new question. She's made her way to the front door, where she then kind of opens the door and holds it behind her back as she turns to look at you. What could you do to ingratiate yourself to me? Well, honestly, you could ride out of town, never come back to Thunder Ridge again. That'd suit me just fine. However, I don't think that that's very likely, Mr. Toontalon. So, if you want to ingratiate yourself to me, then you just keep your feathered ass out of trouble. How about that?
He grabs the hat from the chair as he stands up and he tips his hat.
I think that'd be fine, ma'am. I think that'd be doable.
She kind of gives like a practice smile.
Yep. And if we find any knowledge of anything going on, we will most certainly come to you first.
That sounds just fine.
Well.
Once the two of you are out, she kind of shuts the door. A little harder than she might need to behind you. I think, maybe, unless there's just anything else that you want to accomplish right now, this might actually be where we call it for the evening.
Well, so she seemed like an absolute peach. That sounds wonderful. What exactly do we do next? Ask the question.
I say we're not in irons. It could have gone worse. I wonder if it's prudent to determine if we should get to that individual before she does.
She says she's having a meeting this afternoon.
Still a lot of time in the day if the boys get back.
Yeah. What you say we grease that wheel?
Yeah, let's circle up and see if we can find them.
Yep.
Okay. So let's do one or the other. You can either, and then we'll get to the other one next time. You can either try to meet with the foreman after his meeting, or you can try to meet with the individual that she's talking about, which is the assessor, if you are feeling brave.
Oh, I thought where are we at on time? Good
Yeah,
still?
we can do that tonight. Yeah, I don't think that's going to take longer than half an hour.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what I want to know. Do you
If
guys
all of
want
y'all
to
are
go?
good.
You want to go toward the foreman, or you guys want to go toward?
Well, I think we huddle up and
Assessors.
get everybody back so we know about the foreman and the dwarf. And
Yes.
we fill in how well we did. I think the sheriff really took a liking to both of us. I think we're going to be
I
in good
hope so.
shape. I think
I
she's
think
playing
she
hard
was-
to get, but
she looked like she could kick my ass, but she gave him like she looked like she won't kick my ass, but I feel like if we just keep going the way we're going, I think we'll be good.
all right. Well, always based off what you saw at the logging camp, you think this foreman's a pushover?
Well, that remains to be seen. If he's anything like, well, at least one of the lovely people I met at the camp, he might. The only thing that gives me pause about him is that he was considering potentially taking this money, unless we find out he was opposed to his betters taking the money. The others don't seem to be people who would put up with too much of the company's shit. But if he's being forced by the company,
Seems to be the real power around here, anyways. Since you said the company man ain't there, so I got an idea if we can get to him. It could blow up my face, but
most of
With
the
bones.
ideas could.
oh, let's move back over to the saloon and see if we can find somebody, find us a runner. And then
Well-
go to the saloon, and I want to get a runner to go to the foreman, right? And catch the foreman when he's alone and invite him to the, hey, there's somebody who wants to meet with you at the saloon, kind of a deal. Give him a note or whatever. It said it was an elf, right? And was Henry Tuttle also an elf or no?
No, Henry Tuttle's a human.
Human? Awesome. I'm going to write the letter in Elvish, right? As like a little quick introduction, because the guys would have told me Cedar's name, right? So I'll do like an Elvish greeting, like Cedar Man, like, I've heard of, word of you has reached me that you're here in town. Well, please, at your earliest convenience, meet me at the local establishment, blah, 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 blah. And then try to get him in.
Henry Tuttle?
No. I still want Tuttle to stay the fuck away from where we're at. So I want the kid to be on alert for Tuttle. I'm going to send a different runner to go get Cedar, to pass a note to Cedar when Cedar's alone. Cedar Mantle, the foreman.
Right? No. I'm sorry. No. Cedar Mantle is the name of the inn,
company?
The
inn. Sorry,
place.
what was the foreman's name? I had it wrong.
The foreman's name is Dram. Dram.
I missed that then. So I had that. Cedar
I don't
Mantle.
think it was given
little on
to
the
you,
nose for a wood elf, but shit. Okay.
That's hilarious.
So Dram, got it. To go find Dram, whatever the last name is, at the hotel, or catch him when he's like outside the hotel or whatever on his own, and give him the letter to come meet up with me. Hopefully he doesn't bring fucking Henry with him. Next time you're alone, I think is what I would say, and at your convenience.
Okay. Do y'all want to go ahead and do that tonight? That conversation?
I'll talk as long as anybody will listen to me. Everybody knows that.
Everybody? Okay.
And sometimes when they don't.
All right. So you deliver this message. You send the runner, and at some point, a little while later, an elf walks in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, while we're doing that, let's get set up for a little bit of intimidation if needed. Cool.
We always ready for that.
Yeah, just sort of set yourselves up where you're comfortable in the room should shit pop off.
Well, that sounds like a game of cards is needed. Let's see if I can drum up some patrons.
And I want to tell Primrose essentially again, like, I'll basically try to make sure she's the one waiting on my table over anything else. And Virgil, you with me? All right, Lucky, do you want to be with us, or do you want to be playing cards, or Elias? I forgot Lucky's on his phone right now.
My headset just died. If you were talking to me.
Oh, I was. I just wanted to know if you wanted to be with us at the table with the foreman, or if you want to be somewhere else while should shit pop off.
I can be outside.
Go. You're on lookout for that, and then we can message you if we need it. And yeah, if shit goes crazy, we'll message you.
Okay.
Elias? Is a paper cutout.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's actually frozen. Nope, I just saw him blink.
Oh, he did blink. That's you, Top. You're Elias. Where would you like to be for this potential encounter? In the saloon.
You muted.
You're muted.
Bitch. I'm gonna post up at the bar, just keeping an eye on things.
Okay.
Drinking a whiskey or a moonbeam.
All right. You've got the kind of area kind of triangulated a bit, and you've got a lookout on the front porch, kind of keeping an eye on things. At some point, Lucky will give you whatever agreed upon signal that you had as apparently the foreman is approaching, and all of you look up to see what might be the oldest elf that you've ever encountered in your life. He is walking with not really a stoop, but definitely somewhat sunken with age. His face has deep wrinkles in it, and his shock white hair is kind of held back out of his face by a broad kind of piece of cloth, a bandana that's green, that's kind of tied around his forehead. He walks in and kind of looks around, and he has the visage of someone who is very old, but his eyes are very sharp. He is darting around the interior of the saloon, and his eyes set on Saul, and he comes like walking over to you. He walks bow-legged, like his knees point out away from his feet, and he comes over and he says, "You the one to send that runner?"
That was me. As I heard that you were in town, I thought I'd like to make an introduction.
Introductions. Right. I'm Dram. You are?
Dram, I'm Soul. It's nice to meet you.
So, nice to meet you.
Dram,
what can I do you for?
Well, forgive me, Dram. I wasn't expecting I must ask, like, is it the love of the game that keeps you in it right now? Damn, I mean,
Because I'm
not to be
fucking
rude,
old.
what's that? I hope someday to love what I do and enjoy doing it well into my old age also. But you know, it's not a statement of insult at any stretch. It's simply curiosity.
Yeah, I'm fucking old,
Yes, but
and I
again, to
love
the
cutting down
question,
trees. Yeah,
you
so
you like cutting down trees.
as well as I can like anything, I suppose. And I got to get back to it. I've got a lot of people who need to make some money today. So if there's something I can do for you, maybe we can hurry it along a little bit. I'm sure that wherever you're from, that this is very appropriate behavior. But on down out here in Thunder Ridge, you're eating up my time. So
Well, I hate to eat up your time, especially one so busy as yourself without proper compensation. So allow me to set you up with whatever you need for this evening and food, whatever. I'll meet with you. I'll take whatever your schedule allows. I would love to continue our conversation. I'm very interested in your profession and local environment.
you want to be a cutter?
Not a cutter so much. It's not the wood that interests me as much as it is the land. And to put it bluntly, like I would love to see logging continue in this area for a long time.
He nods his head. You know, I knew as soon as we found that piece of property that people were going to be coming here, but I didn't expect two in one day.
Oh, two in one day? Whatever do you mean? Am I another fun and interesting stranger has made your acquaintance?
Another prospector, just this morning, oddly enough.
Oh, well, may I inquire who it was? I mean, it's a small world amongst us.
No, I don't believe you could. Whatever
Oh,
business has been discussed between him and myself is between him and the logging company that I work for, and, well, I don't believe I'm going to divulge that information for you, sir.
I appreciate that, Dram. That means I assume you hold a similar confidence with the conversations we have. Now, I
You're damn
must ask you,
straight.
so, are you representing your company right now, or are you representing Dram?
By what measure?
By any measure, Graham. I'm very interested in knowing, in all conversations, are you always representing your company, or is the company you, for example? Like I don't know your logging business, Graham. This could be a family endeavor.
No, no, I don't speak for the company. I don't make those kinds of decisions. The company man makes those kinds of decisions. He's not in town right now, but if you'd like to speak with him, I could certainly arrange that whenever he returns, whenever that might be.
Well, Graham, does the company man aware of the find you mentioned?
He is. I reported it to him 2 days ago when it was found.
Hmm. Be a shame if that word did get out much farther, because you've been around when something like that pops off.
I found a few claims in my time.
You know, how did that go for the local region?
It can be transformative at times, I suppose.
It's a shame. I mean, the company will do well, but I mean, think of all the people. Be interesting, Graham. We could talk again sometime and maybe work out a way where maybe the fine didn't turn out to be much, and you and the people here can continue on happy, and healthy, and well compensated.
We'll have to see.
Oh,
That cat may already be out of the bag.
well. Interesting thing about Frontier is a lot of rumors get out. I've
I don't deal
myself
in
seen
rumors.
several claims seeming to be rich turn out to just be reminiscent wisps of artifacts. Oh, precious box, perhaps.
Well, like I said, I suppose we'll see.
Indeed. Whenever you get time to represent Dram, please feel free to look me up.
He kind of like looks at you for a minute, kind of like his eyes again dart the room. Not exactly landing on each one of you, but definitely on more than one of you.
Before you go, I think at this point, I think Virgil will step in.
Sir, I feel like we are just now meeting each other. And it is only customary if we are to form a friendship in any way, shape, or form that I offer you at least a drink. You're in a saloon. Us offering you a drink is like offering you a handshake.
I agree, Virgil. Well said.
So, why not? Please take. I know you got your time is very precious, but perhaps you just sit down with us for a moment, take in a drink.
I don't drink before I work.
I understand.
And a moment is not something that I have. If you gentlemen will excuse me, perhaps maybe this evening after I have finished with my day's worth of work, maybe we can discuss whatever friendship. He kind of like looks to you, Virgil, that it is that you are seeking from me.
Well, I feel like that is agreeable. I suppose.
He nods to one of you and then nods to the other.
Wouldn't want to stop a man from working.
I think that's the brightest thing that you've said so far, sir. And he turns and he starts to like stride with that bow-legged stride back towards the door. And he kind of like holds up two fingers over his shoulder as he's leaving. I take whiskey. Neat.
Well, remember that. Yep.
And he, like a man on fire with a purpose, he saunters his old ass out the door and disappears towards where the loggers were.
Looking at his legs, he may actually love trees.
At that moment, Dusty approaches the table and reiterates the dwarven lady calling everyone tree humpers.
All right.
He gonna be a hard ass to get to separate. You know that, right?
He'll be cheaper than the railroad.
Yep, but if we don't know what other business he's got going on, then how do we know how to shit?
Company man left 2 days ago.
Yep.
A lot of dangerous things on the trail. Maybe word don't get too far.
We'll figure it out in time. But I'll make sure we get that whiskey neat for the night.
All right. So I think that is where we're going to go ahead and call tonight's session. So yeah, a couple of things that were not on my my bingo card for this evening, but definitely a couple of little tidbits that were kind of teased out and hit on a little bit. So I'm excited to see some of this stuff starting to develop, as well as all the stuff that y'all are throwing into the mix and having to make all of that work, make the pudding. It's a lot of fun. I'm really excited for some of the things in this game. So excited to see where it goes and how it gets there. So yeah, I'm gonna pass things back over to my players so that they can give any parting words that they would like to before we call it a night. So we're gonna start with other chat in reverse order.
I know him. I've known him my whole life. Pleasure. It's gotta be fun, like manipulating all of these different pieces into place behind the
behind the scenes. Um, Always a pleasure, guys. Thank you. Glenn's cat. And I wanted to reiterate, Absolute Tabletop. You could get into games like this yourself, or you can run some. That's where I was years ago. I got to meet Jeremy and Chad, and I've got to play in a game with Nathan before this. And then actually, I can say now I got to play with a game with everybody before this, actually, and I can say that now. So, and we're going to keep that ball rolling, I'm hoping. So we have a way of turning trilogies into sagas. So we're going to see what we do with this one. And looking forward to where you're going to take it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Caldera is a really fun setting. It's always really neat whenever there are two distinct settings, like a Western and a fantasy, and trying to find things that fit in the middle part of the Venn diagram, and that kind of feel both at the same time. I really like that exercise a lot. And so it's a lot of fun trying to come up with things that are engaging and immersive and kind of paint a picture of what I want the Caldera to be. It's always it's a fun thought exercise. And thank y'all for going along with it whole hog, just absolutely taking the premise and just running with it. Whenever I ask you to add something and come up with an element on the fly, you guys are really, really good at just kind of taking that and taking it in a logical direction, which is not something that a lot of players do. So thank you for that. All right. Speaking of not something that a lot of players do, next is Glenn.
A lot of players have not done me. But if you're interested in doing me, reach out to Jeremy.
You can't find me on social.
One of my online pins for this game. At that point, yeah, if you're watching this and you have not spent the last 2.5 to 3 hours wondering what the fuck's going on, that means you've seen a couple of these and at least the one before this. So I'm not on social very much, but I love this game. I thank Jeremy for all of it. It was a great night. Thank you all for putting up with a lot of me talking. I don't know why you do it, but I appreciate it. And on that note, love you all. This has been awesome. Looking forward to another great session in a month. And everybody out there and all my fellow players, take care of yourselves.
You're here. Yeah, man. I'm really, really happy that you guys decided that you wanted to play more after we finished the trickle down game, the campaign that turned into a saga, as Chad was talking about just a moment ago. I was really happy whenever y'all decided that you wanted to continue playing together. And when you all settled on doing Caldera, that made me really, really excited and happy. There's a lot of fun designing stuff for. So I'm really, really thrilled that this is happening and that we're able to keep this story going so far, and looking forward to, like I said, what we do with it in the future. So, all right. Speaking of looking forward to what we do in the future, next up is Todd.
Yeah, you said it. Definitely looking forward to what's coming up. Love the story so far. Love the setting. Having great fun with everybody. So, thank you.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I'm very, very happy to hear that. So thank you for coming along and being a part of that. I'm eager to see what you end up doing with Elias. You've already had some pretty great moments grabbing the lockbox and deciding that you wanted to build a nest in the bell tower. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what else that you do with him. Having all animal PCs has definitely been interesting, especially whenever I start talking about things like anonymity. Like, it was 2 birds, a fox, one of them was a vulture, a coyote. Kind of narrows down the group's chances for remaining anonymous, but we're working with it, and I think it's actually a lot of fun so far. But I'm glad to hear that that's the same case for you. All right. Speaking of a lot of sun, a lot of fun, a lot of sun. Speaking a lot is how I get myself into this predicament. Speaking of a lot of fun, next up is my son, Nathan.
If I get a lot of sun, I turn a completely different shade.
It's not a lot of fun.
And I hurt a lot because I don't do sun well.
We got there in the end.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, for running this game. Thank you guys for allowing Jeremy to kind of bring me into this game. Caldera is, I've had one taste of Caldera before. Jeremy ran a scattershot on my Twitch channel for our Curse of Strahd group at the time, and we all loved it. It was great fun. We tried to turn that one into more than a one shot. Jeremy kind of had to rope us in and make sure it was a one shot. But basically everyone that was in that game has wanted to play more Caldera since then. And I'm lucky enough to be playing now, and they're a little bit salty that I'm in this campaign. So I have to brag about it every now and then. And I said it earlier before we started the stream, but I really have missed you guys and this game. I'm sad that we had to cancel last time. And I understand things happen and life happens, and you guys got to take care of yourself first. But just know, at least from my end, when we do cancel, it's sorely missed. And I definitely needed this after the work time I've had recently and lately. I needed some good D&D, some role play. I mean, I think we made maybe 5 rolls between all of us tonight.
Yeah, maybe.
I love those types of sessions where we can dig deep into our characters and we can kind of just fall into it. And I'm getting more of an idea of who Dusty is the more we play, and these shorter role play scenes, being able to fall into that character. And I'm loving exploring who he is and who the rest of us are and our connections with each other. I love our dynamic we have building right now.
Yeah, and it's really unique for me too, because I don't often have a group that wants to play the anti-hero, that wants to play the not as good guys, so to speak. So it's really interesting to watch how the relationships between all of your characters are developing, who you kind of fully trust and who you don't quite trust just yet, where the tensions lie, and what's developing those, and what is kind of coming out of those things. It's really cool, and I like watching organic character development like this whenever all of you start interacting with the setting itself and the various different NPCs and each other, and how it shapes the way that you play them and the decisions that they make. I think that that's really fascinating to me, as a player, even not even as a dungeon master. But yeah, I'm super stoked for where this has already gone, and I'm really eager to see how it continues to play out, like I said. So thanks for coming along, Nathan. All right, last but not least, speaking of eager to see how it all plays out, my brother from another mother, Chadley.
Okay. This is super fun. I really enjoyed this game tonight. Yeah, there's no way you're making this just a trilogy. There's no way. Because unless I don't know how you're gonna cram everything you had planned into one more session after this. It's not gonna happen. So
I think the plan was for longer than that, so that's where
I mean,
I'm
our
shooting.
one shot was 9 freaking
was 9 episodes.
So a 3 shots got at least 81 in there.
81.
You laugh, but one of the campaigns on my channel is on year 5.
I've got notes on
Year 5.
I'm taking notes on everything you say, so I could be like, no, before we go do the end thing, let's go figure out where the fuck Moonshine
We need to talk to that Finch post over there.
Listen,
come back and rerun the level 1 dungeon at level 18. Just here we go, bitches.
We gotta talk to that Cedar Mantle quick.
I'm trying to find who the fuck Cedar Mantle is.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for this. You guys have become some of my very close friends, and I'm very excited for this game. Every month it's kind of sucky that it's only once a month. Like for me, it's kind of sad that it's only once a month, because like I miss you guys in between that, right? So these characters are awesome. I love them. I don't know. I'll be honest, guys. I don't know what Virgil's up to. Like, I think I do. I have no idea. Usually I'm pretty solid on like, I got an idea on what my character is. Y'all make it so much fun to be this character. I have no idea what my motivations are anymore. Like I thought I had an idea on game one. I got no idea now. It's fun. It's super fun, and I love all of these like branching little bits and baubles that are coming out in game two. I'm excited for all of the things that are gonna kind of spider web themselves out throughout the rest of this campaign. Yeah, it's just fun. And Jeremy, one of the things I think you bring out the best in every game, and I'll just say this, you bring out the reason we want to explore is because you bring out like cool and interesting locations, and you bring out cool and interesting NPCs. You make the environment that you've built want to be explored. And I think that in and of itself lends to the really vibrant campaigns that you've ran, and also why I'm going to probably want to champion for this to be like long standing, and then go as long as I can. I'm just going to want to sandbox it until the sandbox is completely empty. It's worth it because this crew is awesome. This crew is fantastic. I love you guys very much. I know it's late, but I'm excited to already play again. So whenever we're going to play again, let's get this going, and I'm hoping we can rally and take over this town. I just want to take over the town now, guys. We'll just slowly integrate ourselves.
I appreciate that, Chad. Thank you very much, man, as always. It makes me very, very, very happy to hear that that y'all enjoy interacting with the stuff that I make for the setting and for the game. I try to make things as immersive as possible. That's part of my goal as a dungeon master for you as players, but also as a storyteller for the channel here for the audience. And so if it's working for you as players, then I'm hoping that it also works for them as a viewing audience. Because I have a lot of fun playing the quirky, the mean, the different, the unique NPCs, and trying to introduce these locations as being strange and wonderful. Again, it's a chance for me to kind of paint a part of the picture of the setting that I'm setting the story in. And yeah, I'm happy to hear that comes across positively and engaging. So thank all of you very, very much for being wonderful people, for being fantastic players and compatriots in putting this campaign together. I'm very touched that y'all are so enthusiastic about wanting to play this game and come back to it time and time again. That makes me very, very pleased. Okay, cool. Friday, there is a very special one-shot, a holiday-themed one-shot here on the channel that takes place in another setting of mine called Downriver, which is a mixture of The Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland with kind of a broader Grimm's fairy tales kind of brushstrokes to it, very dark and whimsical. This particular game is the Santa Claus of the setting is employing denizens of the world to try to help him get his workshop back from Krampus. So that is the premise for the one-shot titled Oh Silent Night, happening this Friday right here on the channel. Be sure to tune in. It's going to be a blast. I know it is. What else? Yes. Kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone else. The holidays are here in full swing, and the world needs more kindness on a daily basis as it is, but especially during the holiday season. So be nice to people. could make all of the difference for that person. It could make their entire holiday season, and it costs you absolutely nothing. It's a free gift that you can give to someone. So go out there, spread love and joy. That's what the true meaning of the holidays is anyways. So, all right. I think we're going to put a bow on this present and call it an evening. So thank you all so very, very much if you watched this evening. Whether you watched along live with us this evening or whether you may be tuning in at some point down the road in the future, it is deeply, deeply appreciated. I love the fact that there are people who are engaging with this content and seem to be enjoying it, because I certainly enjoy making it. But the algorithm does love all of the things that it wants you to do, where you do the subscribe button and hit the like and share the link around and talk about it with people and all that kind of stuff. And it does encourage growth here on the channel. So if you don't mind doing those things and you enjoyed what you watched here this evening, then please do that. Do all the things it wants you to do. And check out the other content here on the channel. There's a ton of it. Absolutely metric fuck ton of it. So watch some of it. All right. I think I'm done. Thank you, everyone, very, very, very much for making this yet another fantastic evening spent rolling dice. And until next time, may those dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.